Council. My name is Councillor Peter Sanford. I am Chair of the Council. My Vice Chair is Councillor Eileen Wilson. As usual, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. We also allow recording, filming and photography so long as the meeting is not disrupted. Please ensure your phone is on silent. You should keep your microphone switched off until you are invited to speak. If participating remotely, when you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone and camera are switched on. And then, when you have finished addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone and camera off. Members attending remotely should indicate their wish to speak through a chat message in the Teams meeting. Those present in the chamber should indicate their wish to speak by raising their hand. I will ask the Vice Chair to note the order of speakers. The chat facility should not be used for any other purposes except, where necessary, to write down a simple amendment. Complex amendments should have been shared with Democratic Services in advance of the meeting. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken. Members in the chamber will then vote electronically, selecting for, against, or abstain. The result will... Okay. The result will then be displayed. This meeting is quorate, so we will proceed. Item 1 on the agenda, apologies. Chair, are there any other apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. There are apologies today from Councillors Martin Khan, Ariel Khan, Van der Weyer, Van der Ven, Bear Park, Hales, Earl, Harvey, Hart, Drew and Atkins. And I can see that Councillor Van der Ven is joining us online.
I believe Councillor John Williams is in Sheffield waiting for a grandchild to arrive. So no, just arrived. Thank you for the latest news, Leader. Councillor Heather Williams.
Councillor Bhattacharya, who is currently in Scotland, having just become a grandparent as well. So congratulations to people across the chamber.
It seems to be a thing today. Thank you. And we just have one member remotely participating. It's Councillor Van der Ven, I believe. Yes. Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? I see Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare an interest in agenda item 4 and agenda item 16 point D. I work for the Wildlife Trust for Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, Northamptonshire. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Any other? Oh, Councillor Heather Williams.
Just on agenda item 12, I'm a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly.
Okay, I see no further requests. Item 3 is to approve the minutes of the meeting of Council held on the 17th of July 2025 as a correct record. I'm aware of one possible error, but I'll take comments or corrections from any other members. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. There are some minor typographical things that I'm sure can be dealt with outside the meeting, but it's just a request that when it comes to Councillor Williams, there are 3 of us, if we could make sure that an initial or something, because I'm sure that Councillor John Williams wouldn't want to be objecting to the 4-day week, as it sort of reads in some places, and he would not want that mistake to be made, and I'm sure we wouldn't the other way around.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I'm sure Democratic Services have noted that request. On page 19 of our agenda pack, right at the top of the page, Councillor Dan Lentil moved an amendment to the recommendation to replace the phrase 4-day week with 5 days work for 4 days pay. I'd imagine the finance people would be very happy with that, but I think possibly the numbers got transposed. Would that be correct, Councillor Lentil?
Sorry, what page are we on?
Page 19, right at the top. You moved an amendment.
Right. What's the problem?
5 days work for 4 days pay. I thought you remember.
Oh yeah, you might want to change that.
Yeah, I thought it was rather a misrepresentation. Okay, with those amendments noted, members, I propose we approve these minutes. I call for a seconder. Councillor Eileen Wilson to second. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation? Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? Councillor Hanley wishes to abstain. Yeah, understood. Council therefore approves the minutes of the meeting held on the 17th of July 2025 as a correct record. Moving on to item 4A, announcements from the chair. First of all, we have sadly been made aware of the recent passing of former councillor Sam Agnew. Sam represented the Bolsham ward for a number of years. His funeral will take place next week, and his wife Trish has said she is happy for members to obtain. The chief executive has circulated details of the funeral arrangements in one of her recent updates, but I'm sure if you speak to her, she'll be happy to pass those along to you. Okay, item 2 under announcements for the chair. I'm sure you're aware that last meeting I nominated the Wildlife Trust as my Chair's Charity of the Year. I'm very happy to say that we have a representative of the Wildlife Trust to speak to us about their work. And Callum, would you like to come to the mic and talk to us? Thank you.
There we go. Can people hear now? Is that all right? All right. So firstly, can I give a massive thank you to the chair for choosing us, the Wildlife Trust, to represent your council this year. It is our honour, and I thank you very much for it. So I think the title of the talk was around why rivers, Wildlife Trust, why rivers and nature are important. But I think first, since you have nominated us as Charity of the Year, I ought to talk about what the Wildlife Trust is and who I am in relation to it. Have the next slide. So the Wildlife Trust are if you don't know, a conservation charity, and the BCN Wildlife Trust are the local branch of that, operating in Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, and Northamptonshire. And yeah, we protect things, protect habitats, and help to improve access to nature. I'm a member of the Wildlife Trust Young Persons Forum, which is the sort of youth advisory board, if you like, to the Wildlife Trust. And we've done other activities such as other political engagement, meeting MPs, as well as more kind of local, practical conservation activities. Can I have the next slide? So, couldn't talk about rivers without a bit about geology first, and since particularly my main area is the chalk streams, which most of you will no doubt heard of. I recognise we're in Cambourne, which is heavy clay, and yeah, I'm well aware I tried to cycle across the West Cambridgeshire in the winter. Let me just say, it didn't go to plan. But no, the chalk streams are a series of streams that are fed by chalk, as you can see in the blue belt up there. And the River Cam and other streams in this South Cambridgeshire area are chalk streams. So there are only around 250 in the world and 200 are in the UK. So these are very special habitats and it is our duty to protect them. In terms of why they're so special, well, the water that comes out of the chalk springs is always around 11 degrees. So it provides cool temperatures in the summer and warmth in the winter. So that's why even if you go to your chalk spring in the darkest, coldest months of winter, you'll rarely see it frozen over. And this means that chalk streams, can I have the next slide, please? And this means that chalk streams are incredibly good wildlife habitats and enjoyed by humans as well. So I think the first first animal that I'm going to be talking about, no doubt we'll have all heard of, is the water vole. You couldn't have couldn't do a talk on chalk streams without mentioning that. Can I have the next slide? So yes, probably the most iconic chalk stream wildlife that we've all heard of. And as you can see, sorry, the photo is it's not particularly zoomed in, but you might be able to see on the riverbank there is a water vole. That's in the RSPB Reserve, Falmere. Sorry, not our organisation, but still a very good reserve nonetheless. Now, some of you might have seen them, but if you haven't, then I recommend next time you walk next to a chalk stream, or even other rivers as well, look for chewed up bits of vegetation, and then maybe you might be lucky and see one. But sadly, these wonderful creatures are the fastest declining mammal in the UK due to eutrophication, i.e. pollution, as well as poor habitat and mink, which I'll come on to later. Can I have the next slide about fish? Again, chalk streams are vital for various species of fish, such as Atlantic salmon. When they return each year from the Sargasso Sea, they come to the gravel on chalk streams to spawn, so it's very important for fisheries. And you can see in the photo that's a brown trout. If you can see it, it isn't very clear. Apologies. It is a brown trout, which is another species of fish which heavily relies on chalk stream, on the clear water and clean gravel that chalk streams have. And now onto some slightly more strange and well-known but less well understood, the mayfly and caddisflies. So I think one of the first things that when I say mayfly, you might all think of something that flies around and only lives 24 hours or something, which, strictly speaking, while it's true for the adults, that's not really the full picture, because mayflies, they have some pretty crazy and interesting life cycles. They start off as nymphs and actually live for 2 years, or 1 to 2 years, under the water in a fixed position, feeding off detritus, although I think some are even carnivorous as well. Then they emerge on the surface of the water and eventually, as a sub-adult, which is again something highly unusual, they then mature, do their mating dance, and the females go, the deaths are a bit sad. The females go lay their eggs on the water and then die in the water, whereas the males go to a bush and die there. But why are we talking about this in terms of importance? Because these mayflies actually act as somewhat of the canary of chalk streams, if you think of the canary in the coal mine, because these insects are unable to move when you get a sewage pollution discharge, let's say, unlike fish, but they have gills, so they need oxygen content in the water, and therefore when the mayfly will be one of the organisms that are likely to succumb first to pollution, such as from sewage. And on the right, you can see caddisfly, which are also pretty interesting creatures, actually related to quite closely related to butterflies and moths of all creatures. But those are the nymphs, and you might be able to make out, I don't know, maybe the photos on the sides are a bit better quality, but you might be able to make out that they've covered themselves in stones and sticks, which form a protective casing to protect them from predators. They also sometimes form a web which they catch food out of. But again, these act as the canaries of rivers, but they feed trout when they come up. That's why you might hear when these mayflies and caddisflies, trout anglers becoming excited when these start to emerge. But the caddisflies as nymphs also feed eels, which are a relatively endangered species. But as well as the chalk streams being incredibly valuable to a whole host of wildlife, they're also very important for us. Can I have the next slide? And as chalk streams, I also meant all rivers and water bodies as well. So this here is Ullswater in the Lake District. Yeah, you might recognise it's not from around here. But yeah, really beautiful lake with, again, used for a wide range of water sports. So, and also just these rivers in general are nice to go for a walk next to, which in a time of mental health crisis surely is a vitally important service that these things can provide for free. And moreover, these rivers and streams provide, as I mentioned earlier, provide a great habitat for fish, which feed our fish stocks, and ultimately those fish, some of them end up in our supermarkets, and they feed us, basically. But sadly, I'd love to be able to stand here and say that all these rivers are in beautiful condition, pristine, but I'm afraid, can I have the next slide, please? That's not the case. Because, and sorry if anyone's doesn't like the doom and gloom, I'll keep it short, but it's important to get the message out. Sewage pollution is a key one, and you might be able to see on the screen that's my own photo of Hastlingfield Sewage Works, which is a sewage works you might recognise, I don't know, which discharges a lot of untreated sewage, and yeah, the smell is pretty gross, I tell you that. But sewage pollution then can lead to eutrophication, the excessive nutrients, along with agricultural pollution, leading to hypoxic water conditions and death of the water ecosystem, starting from the insects and then to the fish, and then the things that all the other organisms that rely on those. And moreover, invasive species is a big one, and I mentioned earlier the mink, which are a big predator, an introduced predator to water voles. So water voles, they quite cleverly have these burrows where the only way of accessing them is from the water, but mink can crawl up them, and the water voles stand no chance. So sadly, they've had a very detrimental impact on water voles. But for some brighter news on the next slide, that there are many ways of restoring these chalk streams, and simply returning the clean gravel, as well as improving bank habitat as well, is a very important way of restoring these habitats back so that fish can spawn there once again. Mink trapping is again another way of ensuring that invasive species are controlled. It might seem a bit barbaric initially, but it has been a great success in returning the water vole. It was tried in Bournebrook, I think, in 2010. By 2014, the water voles were up and the mink were very much on the decline. But then there was a much wider project throughout the whole of the east of England, particularly the east of England, where since December 2022, they've scaled it up, and all of the signs are pointing to a decline in mink and a rise in water voles as a result. So some very good news for that. And also, a slightly funny story about the crayfish, which sadly, again, are in a lot of decline. But in Nottinghamshire, there's a project where they take crayfish from endangered areas, take them, put them in quarantine, because the signal crayfish, invasive species, give them crayfish plague. So they take the white-clawed crayfish, put them in quarantine centres in Birmingham, and then distribute them to areas that are much safer, where they're safer to avoid contamination. So quite a nice story. And I think to finish, on the next slide, I couldn't possibly represent the Wildlife Trust without a bit about beavers. I think that would be an act of flat heresy. Because, well, it has been one of their biggest projects over the last year. Now, beavers are brilliant ecosystem engineers. So what I mean by that is they help to improve the habitats around riverbanks and around rivers in general, and then they can get to areas where humans can't to do conservation work, like removing dominant species, and they're great at improving diversity. The reason I come onto this and the reason it's so topical is because the Wildlife Trust in the Nen Valley, not too far away from here, have organised a very significant beaver reintroduction programme where they've reintroduced beavers, I think, back in last February 2025. And since then, it's been a great success. They initially started chomping on willow, I think, and then have moved on to regulating bigger trees in a way that's very sustainable. If anyone's concerned about flooding, they also help to manage flooding because they help to slow the flow of water so it doesn't all just pour away into urban areas, causing severe flooding. Also helps in our changing climate to limit drought effects because it helps to keep more water on the land, so less water needs to be abstracted in order for crops as well. So, in my opinion, it's a win-win situation, and it's something that the Wildlife Trust have been very, very keen on in the last year. So, I hope that if people have done their research, they might already know. But anyway, thank you very much for listening. And if there's time for questions, then I don't know. I'd be happy to take a few.
Thank you, Callum, for your presentation. If I didn't already mention, he's actually cycled up from Cambridge today to present to us, so thank you for your efforts. Does anyone have a question? Councillor Smith?
Hello, I'm Bridget. I'm the leader of the council. Just to say thank you. That was a really nice way to start our meeting. You got lots of information in there, really informative, and hopefully we'll raise some money for you, and then it'd be really nice to hear about what you've spent it on. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor.
Just to endorse the leader's comments from our side, it's very nice to hear where it's going. Unfortunately for us, the chair raises money for if our phone goes off, it costs us £10. So normally the objective is to try and keep that interruption to a minimum, but I'm sure if any of us do have to put our hands in our pocket, it's well spent.
Sorry, due to inflation, that's increased to £20 this year.
If we had a vote on that, Chair.
Councillor Handley.
Yeah, thank you. As someone who used to live on the River Itchen, I was really interested in the map that you put up. I'd love to see it. I wonder if I could possibly see the slides, have the slides by email. Would that be possible?
I think if you contact Laura or someone from the Wildlife Trust, if you contact the comms for a lead for their council, then I'm sure that will be arranged. That will be able to be arranged.
Yeah. Thank you. Just have the slides. If Wildlife Trust is happy to share them, I'm sure that could be arranged. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on. Item 4B, announcements from the Leader and Cabinet. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Thank you very much. So, on a very sad note, I would like to express our deep sadness and sympathy for the victims and family and friends of the atrocity that happened in Manchester today. Moving on, I just encourage all members to take a look at the campaign that's being run by our local Arthur Rank Hospice, who've lost a considerable amount of funding, which is going to result in the loss of, I think, 9 beds. So please do take a look at their website and see what they're encouraging us to do in order to try and help this very, very serious situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Item 4C, announcements from the Head of Paid Service. Are there any announcements from the Head of Paid Service? No announcements. Thank you, Liz. Item 5 is questions from the public. I would like to remind speakers under this item that any questions or statements made at a council meeting must be within the scope of our public speaking scheme. In particular, I would draw attention to the requirements of Part 5.1 of our scheme, which relate to the scope of questions and statements. It states that a question or statement may be rejected if it, A, is not about a matter for which the local authority has a responsibility or which affects the district. B is not a matter which falls within the remit of the Cabinet, Committee or Subcommittee. And C is vexatious, defamatory, frivolous, discriminatory, offensive or otherwise inappropriate. If I as Chair think a speaker is straying outside the scope of the scheme, I will step in with a reminder. The scheme allows 15 minutes for public questions. We have several public questions which have been published in a supplementary pack to the agenda. The first public question today is from Kerry Portman. Ms. Portman, please ask your question.
Thank you. Can the council please commit to ensuring all councillors signpost residents who approach them about homelessness and vulnerable housing situations to appropriate holistic services such as winter comfort or housing first? When I was recently homeless here in South Cambridgeshire, several councillors were aware that I was homeless and failed to inform me of appropriate services. Unfortunately, this contributed to several near-death experiences whilst homeless, which I believe can and should have been avoided. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councillor John Batchelor will be responding to that question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for the question. And I'm sorry to hear that you had such an unsatisfactory experience. Councillors are there to help where they can, but often homelessness is a complex situation which really requires a professional to give tailored individual advice. It's the councillor's task to direct people in need to the right officer who can help. It's worth saying that those with homelessness issues that do contact the right officer will find assistance and support. For general information, we do have a website which includes links to advice and support. On the specific question of winter comfort, we do not currently include this as a link. But in the light of your question, we will be adding a winter comfort contact to our website, and we have already issued to all councillors contact details of the officer, first point of contact for housing and homelessness issues, so that they are better equipped to help. Thank you for bringing this issue to our attention. We're always striving to improve the service that we offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Ms. Portman, you may ask a short supplementary question that arises from your original question.
Thank you. Thank you for your response and for including winter comfort in future correspondence. I think on your point, on your earlier point, I am very aware that homelessness is a complicated issue. I've been homeless 4 times in my life. But I wasn't asking the councillors for kind of their, for them to be specifically trained. I was asking for them to refer to appropriate services. So other services such as Housing First, run by the county council. I think all councillors should be aware of the services, within the area that they can refer people to. So I was wondering what you're sort of going to do specifically about that, in addition to what you mentioned about adding winter comfort.
Thank you very much. I certainly take that on board and will pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Portman. Our next question is from Guy Lachlan. Mr. Lachlan, please ask your question.
Thank you, Chair. SCDC is legally required to have a monitoring officer to promote and maintain high standards of conduct and decision-making. The Council's constitution reserves the power to designate a monitoring officer to full council. At present, there seems to be no record of a monitoring officer having been designated, despite the Council knowing about the previous incumbent's resignation since May. I understand the new monitoring officer begins work on the 7th of November, but this means that no officer will have been able to exercise the monitoring officer's statutory duties between the 30th of August and the 6th of November, which as far as I can see is the longest period any local authority in England has ever gone without a monitoring officer. Can the Leader of the Council please explain what mechanisms the Council has in place to monitor, manage and minimise legal risk during this extended interregnum?
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lackland. I think you've received a full written response to this from our Chief Executive, actually. And as you quite rightly pointed out, I think at item 9 today, we're about to ratify the appointment of a new monitoring officer. It's not in the least bit unusual to fill the roles with interims. It's kind of normal practice, and I don't believe that any risk has been experienced as a result of this.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Loughlin, you may ask a short supplementary question that arises from the original question.
Yeah, could you explain the process about the appointment of the interim officer? There's no mention in the constitution of the council about a temporary or interim monitoring officer. And as the power to designate that role is solely reserved to the full council, what is the role of the interim that seems to be in place at the moment, if there is one? Have you really been operating without a monitoring officer since the 30th of August?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So you're right. An interim monitoring officer is not the statutory officer, but is able to provide advice and guidance to members and officers and carry out the work of the monitoring officer in the short period between the departure of the previous monitoring officer and the arrival of the new one. And it's entirely normal practice for any council with a gap between the departure of one officer and the arrival for another. And I'm just going to defer to the Chief Executive to pick up your point about the responsibility for making that appointment, because I think I know the answer, but I'm just going to defer to her because she will be quite clear about it.
Chief Executive.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The appointment was made by me.
Thank you all. Our final question today was submitted by Mr. Daniel Fulton. Mr. Fulton, don't believe is in attendance and will receive a written response to his question. Item 6 on the agenda is petitions. I understand that no petitions have been received. Democratic Services confirm that no petitions have been received. We now move on to the adoption of 2 neighbourhood plans, the first of which is for Stapleford and Great Shelford. I invite the lead Cabinet Member for Planning to introduce this report and remove the recommendations. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the 11th neighbourhood plan that's been brought forward to be made in South Cambridgeshire. Stapleford and Great Shelford are adjoining villages, which, as many will know, is approximately 4 miles south from Cambridge city centre. The 2 parish councils assigned the production of the neighbourhood plan to a steering group which comprises of residents and parish councillors from both parishes. This was after the neighbourhood area was designated by this council in 2016. So it's been 8 years since it was designated, and it's taken them that time to formally submit to us in November 2024 to then carry out the later stages of the plan-making process. Now, as is usual, we hold referendums, and for this one, it was carried out on the 4th of September 2025, and 24.85% of those eligible to vote turned out to have their say. And of those, 95% were in favour of the neighbourhood plan being made. Now, as folks will know, I tend to pick up 1 or 2 historical facts about these villages. In this case, I think I mentioned Wandlebury Ring, and the name Wandlebury obviously will ring a bell with a lot of us. The ring is an Iron Age hill fort, originally built in the 3rd century BC, occupied by Romans around 1800 years ago. And surrounding hills were named by the 1570s after a legendary giant called Gog Magog. And this is the first time I realized just where the Gog Magog Hills name came from. So there's always something new to learn each day. Great Shelford goes back to 1000 AD, formed from two settlements, apparently, around the crossing place over the River Cam, which was referred to as Shallow Ford, which then gave the village its name, Skelford? Something like that, but hey. Just two little pieces of historical information there. Obviously, today, both Stapleford and Great Shelford, although they're close to the city, are really attractive villages, full of character, plenty of open spaces, and I particularly have enjoyed wandering around Wonderbury Park itself a lot over the years, and I would recommend a visit or two. Now, the neighborhood plan itself has an overall vision, as the neighborhood plans tend to do. And for them, it will be thriving villages distinct from Cambridge, where people want to live, work, shop, and play. And they want to value and protect the landscape setting, improve biodiversity, and reduce contribution to climate change. Now, there's going to be development, but for them, they want modest new development, which is sensitively and sustainably designed, focusing on addressing identified housing needs. In particular, affordable housing needs, which seems to be a constant theme in our villages. It's the provision of affordable housing. I mean, the plan has 10 theme-based objectives and 20 policies to help deliver that. But I won't go into detail. It's all in the neighborhood plan itself. But I would like to acknowledge the efforts of the steering group, the parish councils, and the wider community that have done the work in preparing this neighborhood plan for both villages. It's a great achievement that will have a positive impact in ensuring the vision of the two communities helps us to shape and deliver a local plan for South Cambridgeshire. Also, a big thank you to officers from within the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Policy Team who have supported the steering group throughout the plan-making process. So today, I'm asking members to please support the recommendations in paragraph 3 of the report, which is to note the referendum for Stapleford and Great Shelford neighborhood plan took place on 4th of September 2025, and for us to make the plan as part of our statutory development plan for South Cambridgeshire following the successful referendum. So, thank you, Chair. I think I have a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I recognise Councillor Peter Fain as seconder, the local ward member. Councillor Fain, do you want to speak now or reserve your answer?
Thank you, Chair. As one of the two ward members for Shelford Ward, I'd be very happy to second this. I will have a few things to say, but I'll reserve my comments to the end.
Thank you, Councillor Fain. At this point, I can invite a representative of the neighbourhood plan team to speak to the matter. Please go to the mic and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Jenny Flynn, Chair of the Neighbourhood Plan Steering Group. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in support of the Stapleford and Great Shelford Neighbourhood Plan on the day that you debate its adoption. The plan in front of you represents 3.5 years of hard work by a community resolved to have a role in shaping its own future. During this time, the Neighbourhood Plan Steering Group conducted 3 large stakeholder consultations, generating hundreds of responses from residents, workers, landowners, and land agents. Such extensive community input allowed us to identify and then address unmet needs, and to spotlight what we most value locally so it can be protected and improved for current and future generations. When it comes to unmet needs, our data show that we need more affordable housing, higher building design standards, more early years nursery spaces and open and play spaces, better active travel connectivity within our area, and wider public access to our countryside. And when it comes to protecting and improving what is already good, our plan seeks to improve links between biodiverse habitats, secure more on-site biodiversity net gain, respect our village identity, and preserve our local green spaces and dark skies.
20 new planning policies address all of these issues and more. At our community referendum in early September, 95% of those who voted were in favour of SCDC using our plan to help it decide planning applications in our area. The referendum results spoke clearly. Our community came together to say, this is the future we want for our village. So part of the reason that I'm here today is to ask you to not just adopt our neighbourhood to plan, but to honour the trust that our community has invested in the whole neighbourhood planning process. Producing a neighbourhood plan is an enormous community effort. Time and energy are precious commodities, so for the steering group to give them, free of charge, to our neighbourhood plan over several years is an exceptionally generous act. We would also not be where we are now without professional advice from Rachel Hogger, formerly of Cambridgeshire Acre, and from your own neighbourhood planning team. Thank you to everyone who has helped us along the way. Forgive me if I end my statement by using this platform to speak up for communities which do not have the resources or the confidence to develop their own neighbourhood plan. Communities whose focus may be on keeping a roof over their heads and food on the table. I am a strong advocate of neighbourhood planning, but the government's withdrawal of grants and support services will widen the gap between those who do have a plan and those who do not. I hope that SCDC can find viable alternatives to enable under-resourced or deprived communities to participate in planning decisions affecting their future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Flynn. Does any member wish to speak on this item? I see Councillor Jackson Wood and then Councillor Heather Williams and Councillor Smith in that order, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think just from my side, I'd just like to say, thank you very much. It's a huge piece of work. It's great to see, and it was also great to see such a large percentage of the local population vote in favour of it. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say very much on the last points about the gap that can become very much heard loud and clear. I think all of us have fears for what the future will be in relation to planning and the new policies coming forward, and things like neighbourhood plans. As planning committee members, we do take them into consideration. They do hold significant weight, and we should be promoting that in any way we can. I congratulate, and I'll try to speak just once, Chair, because I know we have a business today on both. I congratulate both Stapleford and Great Shelford and Harston for the work that they do, and I thank them both for the inclusion and the quite clear support in relation to exception sites. We have huge issues in our area for affordable housing, and exception sites are, for a lot of people, the only way that they can continue to live in their local community. So thank you very much for all the work you've done. We are listening, we have heard, and I look forward to using it at Planning Committee soon.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So it's a tremendous piece of work, and well done for getting such a very high response from your community, and for the 95% endorsement, which it's one of the highest I've seen actually. So there's much in this that I find very encouraging. Your objective number 3, which is all about preparing us for a low carbon future, mitigating for climate change, is very, very encouraging, and you've translated that into policy very effectively. I think this sits very, very comfortably with our emerging local plans, and I congratulate you. And I know how much work these things take, and how many years they take. So please pass on my congratulations to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Fane, did you want to make your secondary remarks, please?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have very much to add to what's already been said. I do endorse the comments on the importance of affordable housing, on climate change, and I think this document will enable the community and indeed this council to make a useful contribution to that. As a member of the Planning Committee, I'm aware of times when we are able to take full account of the work that's been done in neighbourhood plans in other communities, and will now be able to do so in Shelford and Stapleford. The plan talks about this having been produced by the parish councils. I think the parish councils would be very happy to say that the vast majority of the work has been done by the Neighbourhood Plan Steering Group, which I'm not a member of, but they kindly asked me to go along to their meetings, and I appreciate that. And there has been a lot of detailed work which has gone on not just over the last 3 years since Jenny took up the reins very effectively after a pause, but actually it's 9 years since this was designated. And I think it is very important that we all recognise what a massive endeavour this is and how easy it is to lose the thread unless you have somebody like Jenny with the help of the very competent professionals to take it forward. Chair, I don't want to say anything about the various sections of it. Just one thing I would highlight, which is page 124, the policy about protecting and enhancing Stapleford and Great Shelford's landscape character. And this draws on the consultation to emphasise the wish to respect the identity of Stapleford and Great Shelford as two villages distinct and separate from the city of Cambridge, which I think is a very important feature of this plan, given all the pressures and maybe even threats that are coming up in terms of development of the area, the uncertainties, for instance, of what the Development Corporation may bring forward and so on. And I think this document will be very useful in that. There is also a section on the next stages, the implementation, section 3, section 12, the implementation. And what I want to pick up there is that this is not done and dusted. Jenny deserves a break after this, as do her neighbourhood plan. But there is an awful lot of work to follow on, not just for the planners, officers who pick it up, members of the planning committee, but also for the parish councils and for local interest groups to follow this up and ensure that it really makes a difference. And this must not just sit on the shelf, metaphorically, because of course it will mainly be a digital document. But I think as long as we do all follow it up, and I will obviously have a part in that, I think this will be a very valuable document, and I'm very happy to second its adoption or making.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? The Council therefore agrees the motion by affirmation. Thank you. Item 8 on the agenda is the adoption of the second neighbourhood plan today. It's the adoption of the Harston neighbourhood plan. I invite the lead Cabinet Member for Planning to introduce this report and move the recommendations. Councillor Hawkins, please. You can remove them if you wish.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, the Harston neighbourhood plan is the 12th one that has been brought forward for us here in the district. Now, Harston Parish Council, obviously with support of their neighbourhood plan working group, were responsible for producing this plan. And for them, they formally submitted to us in December last year, 2024, to carry out the referendum, which was then held this year on the 4th of September, 2025. Now, again, we had about 95% of those who voted were in favour of the plan being made. Now, Harston is another one of our villages that has a historic character, which is supported by 17 statutorily listed buildings, 1 scheduled monument, 49 non-designated heritage assets, which include buildings, structures, and historical open spaces from Bronze and Iron Ages, so quite historical, and obviously also Anglo-Saxon times. Not sure many people know, but Harston and other surrounding villages are said to have been the hunting ground of Queen Elizabeth I. Yes. But Haston's plan has an overall vision, which is to maintain the village's rural charm, where new buildings are in keeping with the rural setting and its historic identity is retained. The environment located in the Greenbelt will be enhanced for everyone to enjoy while embracing sustainability and biodiversity. A cohesive, diverse, vibrant community will be fostered, anchored by a thriving school with improved community facilities and services to make it a great place to call home while being ecologically and environmentally friendly. Again, they focus on creating affordable housing opportunities, which will be sensitively and sustainably designed. Now, the plan to enable it achieve the vision has 18 objectives, which are divided into 8 themes. There's a lot of information which I'm sure the other speakers will probably talk about, so I will leave it at that point, but to say a big thank you to officers from the planning policy team who've supported the parish council and the neighborhood plan working group throughout the plan making process. And finally, I will acknowledge the efforts of the parish council, the neighborhood plan working group, and the wider community in preparing the Haston neighborhood plan. Again, a great achievement, and we look forward to using the neighborhood plan in our decision-making process in the planning authority. So, members, I am asking you to please support the recommendation to note the referendum for the Haston neighborhood plan that took place on the 4th of September 2025, and to adopt the Haston neighborhood plan as part of the statutory development plan for South Cambridgeshire following the successful referendum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Is there a seconder for this proposal? Okay, I recognise Councillor Lisa Redrup as the local ward member. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'm happy to speak now, thank you, Chair. Oh,
Ahead,
whilst
please,
I still have a
Councillor
little bit of voice, hopefully. So I'm very happy to second this, and I extend my congratulations to Harston and everyone involved in successfully creating such a comprehensive set of policies to guide future developments in Harston. The plan gives clear directions to support their positive vision for Harston, including maintaining the village character, including details on the important village and parish views, improving community facilities such as the pavilion, and providing opportunities for new active travel routes and creating affordable and sustainable housing opportunities. Sorry, my understanding is that the GTP team working on the Greenway through Harston is aware of relevant parts of the neighbourhood plan policy to address on-street parking issues in Church Street, and so even before adoption, the plan seems to be helping put forward the priorities of the parish, and I'm sure that will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Redrup. At this point, I invite a member of the neighbourhood plan team to speak to council. Please come to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Parun Naik, and I am a councillor at the Harston Parish Council, and I'm also the chair of the working group for the neighbourhood plan. So, and thank you for the comments so far. I mean, it's lovely to hear about your own village and where you live. It's absolutely stunning. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to share a few words about the Harston Neighbourhood Plan, something that the residents and the Parish Council of Harston are proud to have completed. This journey actually began back in 2014 when the Parish Council first discussed creating a village design statement. As time went on, it became clear that a neighbourhood plan would be a more effective tool for shaping Harston's future. But at the time, resources were limited, and so the idea was paused. But that didn't stop local residents. A group of committed volunteers came together as the Harston Residents Group and began engaging with community issues. This included a parish-wide consultation in October 2017, which laid some of the groundwork for what was to come. Then in October 2021, the Parish Council gave its formal support to move forward with a neighbourhood plan. A working group was quickly formed, made up of residents, parish councillors and members of the Harston Residents Group. We began holding regular meetings open to all in the pavilion on the recreation ground. Over time, a steering group formed to lead the work, supported by a wider group of dedicated volunteers who gave their time and skills depending on the task at hand. Throughout this process, we put a strong emphasis on community engagement. Calls went out in local newsletters and magazines inviting people with specific skills like mapping, ecology, communications to get involved. And many did, lucky for us. I became a parish councillor in 2022 as it became clear to me that combining a role as chair of the neighbourhood plan group and editor of the village newsletter could help bring people together and maintain a momentum, which was really vital, and apply for funding to support. A key source of support and momentum throughout the process was the vice chair of the planning group, Hilary Rodley, whose deep knowledge of Harston's history added real insight and context to this plan. Her contributions helped ensure that the village's heritage was fully reflected in our plan. We made sure at every key stage the wider community had a chance to be heard. Consultations were held in the village hall, churches and the school. The parish council had extra meetings to consider feedback from residents, statutory bodies and other stakeholders. With support from our planning consultant, Rachel Hogger of Modicum Planning, we were able to document all comments and responses in a clear and transparent way. We made much use of ACOM technical support on a village design guide, housing needs assessment and housing sites assessment. This final plan reflects the priorities of the village, whilst we still have some core aims to achieve, like a community centre and a quarter of the village. It serves many of the aims that the villagers wanted. We may not have a bypass. However, we have practical ideas to address some key issues. The plan adds local detail to the South Cambridgeshire local plan to help retain Harston's rural identity while still enabling thoughtful development. It supports rural exception housing and includes a new community project to create a nature reserve, which we hope will appeal to our younger residents. We're incredibly grateful to South Cambridgeshire District Council for supporting the plan to referendum, and we're delighted that it was approved by local residents with a strong percentage in favour. Looking ahead, we are excited to start implementing the policies and to continue working with others to ensure we shape Harston's future. So once again, thank you for your support.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this item? I think Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So, another neighbourhood plan with massive endorsement from the community, marvellous. And again, huge amounts of work. There is much that I really like in this. I like the way you've set it out. I really like your tables, the strengths and weaknesses, opportunities and threats. It makes very easy reading. It's ever so easy to extrapolate from this. And, and a couple of really strong messages about congestion, about the desperate need for village-centric community facilities. So, it's really shouting out about the things that really matter. And the sense of pride in the village comes out really, really strongly. Lovely photographs. Love to live in Button End. Sounds beautiful. So well done. And we will enjoy implementing this as part of our planning policy.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank both of the villages that have produced their neighbourhood plans. As chair of the planning committee, I'm delighted that we have such strong guidance from the local residents as to how you would like your villages to progress into the future and the things that you feel are precious and want to save in your villages, as well as the progress that you can see your villages need. So I just wanted to thank you very much for all the hard work that you've put into both of the neighbourhood plans we've seen today, and congratulations for getting them made. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? In that case, members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? In which case, the council therefore agrees the motion by affirmation. Moving on to item 9 on the agenda. Item 9 asks the council to approve the appointment of the monitoring officer. Can I ask the Chief Executive to introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have anything to add to the report, which hopefully is self-explanatory. Only to say thanks to the members of the Employment and Staffing Committee who acted as the panel to make the selection of our new monitoring officer.
Thank you. Is there a proposer for this item? Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So I'd just like to start by saying thank you very much to our interim monitoring officer, John Jones, for, for all the work he's done, which has been, been brilliant, massively supportive of us, has given us everything we needed in an interim. So thank you very much. So again, thank you also to the Employment and Staffing Committee. Looking at the CV of Nuranata Katavu, she obviously has a very, very wide experience of local government, all sorts of different areas. So I think she will be marvellous, and I think will slot into our fantastic team very comfortably indeed. And I look forward to welcoming her in person in November.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Will Jackson-Wood, please go ahead.
Thank you. I think just to sort of echo some of the leaders' comments there. Came across. I led the panel. I chaired it, and was extremely impressed with the background and skill sets that were displayed. So I'm very happy to welcome her on board and very happy to second.
A couple of members have indicated they wish to speak on this item. Councillor Dan Lentell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Without wanting to reference the candidate, I'm concerned that there was only one applicant that went to interview for this role. This is an important role, and you would hope, particularly given that, as I understand, this role is being brought in-house, so they will be benefiting from the new employment arrangements. I would have thought we'd have got more candidates and would have got more suitable candidates to interview. I think it is regrettable that we didn't get more candidates. There is, unfortunately, a problem at the heart of this council to do with monitoring. I can say what it is. It's the fact that the CEO's PhD was not properly registered within what are quite clearly the spirit of the rules as written. And we have a
straying off topic.
So I would just like to confirm that we have only had one applicant interviewed, and is that because this is something of a poison chalice, rather like being a proofreader at The Guardian back in the days, that one has to turn a blind eye to so many things that we wouldn't get that many professionals wanting to do the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Promoted you. Chief Executive, do you wish to speak, or Councillor Jackson-Wood?
I'm happy to take that. Thank you, Chair, and through you. There were in excess of a dozen candidates for the role, and we shortlisted 5. There were first technical interviews, and we were advised by another chief executive who has spent many years as a monitoring officer. We felt that there was only one candidate that we would be happy to appoint from those 5, and so that's the only one that we took to the final panel. Had the final panel not been happy with that candidate, we would have gone back out to recruit, but the panel were happy with the candidate, and so this is why you have the recommendation in front of you today.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. So when it comes to the process, it is no secret that I was not happy with everything that went on, but that is not Nuranata's responsibility. That is the responsibility of those that were running the process. So I think it is possible for us to have dissatisfaction at the way that it was filtered through, but still feel that we may have the right candidate. I am happy to support Nuranata, not just because she went to school around the corner from me, she's quite local to me, but did interview very well and has the relevant experience required. Let's face it, any of us when we start a new job, who knows what the job's going to entail and who knows what we're going to be like until we start doing it. But at this stage, on the basis of what we saw and having met her, I'm happy to vote in favour of this. But I do think there is merit in that when it comes to member appointments, that a shortlisting of non-members to one is not appropriate. But I think we can deal with the two issues separately, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson-Wood, did you want to speak again? Please do.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just coming back to the panel interview, thank you, Councillor Williams, for being part of that panel. The candidates, Nuranata actually performed extremely well. Again, we then agreed as a panel that she was an extremely good candidate. So appreciate some of the comments around only having one candidate brought to a panel. But at the end, we believe we've actually appointed an extremely good and well experienced candidate for the position. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? Okay, I see no hands. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation? No. I hear a no. Could you set up an electronic vote, please, Democratic Services? Yep, it's there. So it would be green to approve the appointment of the monitoring officer, red to not approve, and yellow to abstain. Okay, that appears to be everyone. So we have 29 in favour, 1 abstention. The appointment of the new monitoring officer is approved. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 10 on our agenda, which is the quarterly report on the use of special urgency procedure and the waiver of call-in. This report is just for noting, but I will ask the leader if she wishes to speak on this item. Councillor Smith?
No, I think it's set out in the paper quite clearly, thank you.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this item? Okay, I see no hands. We've been asked to note the report, and the report is noted. Thank you. Item 11 on the agenda shares the decision summaries we have received from the Combined Authority. Do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any comments they wish to make?
No, but I'm sure all three of us are very happy to answer any questions related to the report.
If there are any questions for the reps on the Combined Authority, please raise your hands. Councillor Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll bring our attention to the Combined Authority Board on the 24th of September, and Councillor Bridget Smith, our leader, is our representative on that. I just wanted to acknowledge with thanks the item under Single Assurance Framework, which relates to the fact that the Mayor provided much needed, but still inadequate, but very much welcomed, £500,000 towards the stabilisation of Batespike Lock, Lock Island, which is in my ward, because we are all in an area of fenland and water level management, And this structure is 200 years old, as are many of the other structures in this area, and appeared to be at risk of collapse. We are doing the work now, but the money from the combined authority is most welcome to support the conservators of the CAM, which, in the interests of clarity, I sit on as a member of the Cambridgeshire County Council. So thanks to the Mayor for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bradnam. Does anyone... Councillor Dan Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the Mayor's evidence to the busway. Should that come now or under GCP? Fine.
Councillor Smith, you wish to speak?
Thank you. Just to respond to Councillor Bradnam. So yes, it's good news that some money, I think I described as a bit of a drop in the canal, had been awarded to help stabilise the locks. However, I do have concerns about moving money around within the combined authority. We've done some very good work over the last few years in supporting businesses to green their operations and to move towards zero carbon operations. And it's concerning that words like climate change and zero carbon aren't appearing too often in our combined authority papers anymore. So I will be keeping a very watchful eye on whether we are backtracking on our support for SMEs in particular to reduce the carbon impact of their operations. I should just add that Councillor John Williams subbed for me at that meeting, but he and I talked about it before and after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Just on the leader's comments. So I've got in front of me a copy of the corporate plan, which I believe Councillor Smith voted and supported on. And you sort of say about things to do with the environment. Well, in there, there's a whole section on, it's now called resilience, into reducing the impacts of climate change. It says about developing clear plans to improve the situation, the Climate Act, previous to the drawing on the previous Climate Action Plan, to deliver the local nature recovery strategy to enhance biodiversity and boost natural defences, explore new strategic planning policies that can help protect farmland while also dealing with things that help support energy supply. You know, there's a lot of things about actually resilience, and I think it's very good to actually, we can't just try and stop it. It's happening, it's real, and there needs to be measures taken in order to mitigate against, as it says here, the droughts, heat waves, flooding. So surely, given the leader voted for that, she can't be too concerned with the corporate plan.
Councillor Smith.
We've had a number of debates about this, both in public and in non-public meetings, and I voiced my concern about words like climate change and environment being dropped, and the word resilience replacing it. What concerns me is that I fear the money might be less targeted on mitigating for climate change and enhancing the environment and nature in particular. We will wait and see. I'm not the only one on the board that has those concerns. So it's our job as board members to make sure that the combined authority doesn't fail on its duty, which is a statutory duty of combined authorities to be involved in mitigating for climate change and enhancing nature. So I have voiced my concerns, and you can say it's just a word, but actually words can be quite important.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on this item? I do not see any hands. At which point we can move on to item 12, reports and decision summaries of the Greater Cambridge Partnership. Do our representatives on the GCP have any comments they wish to make? Councillor Milnes, perhaps?
Thank you, Chair. As members will know, There is a significant public inquiry taking place on the C2C busway. That's current. They're having a week off next week, and then it will resume. Earlier this week, the Mayor presented his objection evidence, and others will continue to do so. I'm happy to take any questions from their chair.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Just on the inquiry, I mean, the inquiry nearly couldn't continue because of errors that have been made in relation to sort of displaying of dates and notices. Is that something that's being looked into by the GCP, or you might need to refer it across the county perhaps? Because had essentially a rule not been relaxed, that would have cost the taxpayer a considerable amount of sums, given the amount of lawyers and barristers I saw in that room.
Yes, I haven't spoken to officers directly about that issue, and obviously, fortunately, the inspectors decided that it was okay to go ahead, but clearly it shouldn't have arisen in the first place. That's undoubted, and it's slightly embarrassing that it did occur, but fortunately we've not suffered any unfortunate consequences.
Thank you. Councillor Judith Rippeth, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I direct you, please, to page 436, paragraph 3.3. It's about Waterbeach Railway Station and its relocation. And the paragraph mentions the proposed station car park and about it being too large. And the points I just wanted to comment on and feel like are maybe missing in this is that car park is for village use only to prevent rat running through, whereas this gives the impression it may not be, but that's as the planning permission. And that is a really important thing for access for current villagers. And the developer promised separate car parking for the new town when that's needed. Another point that I'd like the GCP to really kind of recognise and push is that we want to reduce the size of that and encourage active travel, so cycling, walking, public transport, and the space which is provided in the plans for that village car park, perhaps a little bit of it could be taken for giving villagers and new town residents basic amenities there, such as toilets. Just a few points. Thank you.
Well, I find myself hearing echoes of my own and other GCP board members' comments about these very issues. So I'm more than happy to give reassurance that we at least are considering them actively. It's very important, for example, to encourage use that basic facilities like a waiting room and toilet facilities are there. You mentioned the car access and also the access road to for the car parking. That is, as you described in the planning documentation, and it's really an unfortunate position overall that in this chamber several years ago now, when the developer committed to build a station and has left us in the lurch and had to use public funding to do what they promised to do. But I very much sympathise with your comments and your observations, and be rest assured that we will continue those discussions at the GCP board and the Assembly, and which will be a continuation of what we've already discussed.
Thank you for your continued battle, and I'll continue mine as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
I just want to say from the quote from the Assembly papers, which obviously I sat on, that was, it might not reflect in the minutes, but that was made very clear during the meeting itself. Equally, I've made very clear that they came to our planning committee promising the railway station, and then it wasn't very long afterwards, after they'd gone, oh, we've miscalculated somewhere, and we need millions and millions of pounds. I remember very clearly the debate that was had, and they reassured us in that committee that the funds were in place, that they would have the money to do it, and then we've ended up bailing them out as taxpayers. Also, what is important to bear in mind on that, on any future developments, the GCP is carrying all the financial risk. So the taxpayer is carrying all the financial risk of overruns, delays, increased costs. Essentially, a blank cheque was wrote, and we mustn't forget that. But ultimately, we were also mindful that many of us sit on planning committee that were at the meeting, and obviously for any future plans and proposals come forward in relation to the facilities you were saying, then we did take great care not to be predetermined. But it's definitely something that comes up every time the railway station is, South Cams across the parties, Councillor Bear Park as well, raises it often. We're doing what we can.
Thank you. Councillor Lentel, did you wish to speak on this item?
Thank you, Chair. Earlier in the week, the Mayor gave evidence to the busway inquiry, the point of which was to say that if the busway is built through Coton Orchard, the decision about whether to have franchising on it or not would largely rest on safety. Now, in the boundary between over in Willingham and Northstowe, we had a truly awful busway smash. My question is, if you could listen, my question is, has Councillor Milnes made any efforts to meet with victims of that busway smash and to hear their experiences? And does he accept the point that the safety of the busway is likely to have an impact on whether franchise bus routes can run on it?
Councillor Lentel, we don't believe the unfortunate incident on the busway is a responsibility of the GCP or Representative Councillor Milnes, but he's welcome to speak if he wishes.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't often interrupt a council meeting, but this is an inappropriate question. There will be matters dealt with outside this, and what is said in this room could affect that. So, Chairman, I would ask members' cooperation to end this discussion now.
Go ahead, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I've just drawn members' attention to the subject matter on page 436, which the inquiry has finished. The first bullet point, it does say that the GCP concern was raised about the safety of busways following the injuries, fatalities, and that there are further reports coming to the GCP at the request of the Assembly. Perhaps we could have reassurance for Councillor Milnes that the board will cooperate with that, and we will get those reports in good time.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Yes, Councillor Milnes.
Yeah, my reaction to your question, Councillor Williams, is that clearly the operation of the Northern Guided Busway, which this refers to, is evidence that we will take into account in the design and build of any future such busways.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may, it's not the busway designs itself, as if you read the top bullet point there, the issue was around safety mitigations, fencing, etc. The GCP Assembly has explicitly, and it's there in the Chairman's report, asked that further information, further assessments and further reporting goes through process at the Joint Assembly. But the Executive Board, will they support that? Will they support further information to make everybody feel safe? Because we never want to see that again.
Councillor Milnes.
I think we'll take all the evidence that we have, and you know, the Assembly for the GCP is a really important part of the process. So it would be foolish for me to deny access to any evidence and taking that into consideration. And I'm more than happy to support that process.
Thank you. I feel I might have hijacked the thrust of Councillor Lentel's question, but hopefully Councillor Brian Milnes can now answer that.
I'm not sure I remember. Councillor Mentel, could you remind us briefly?
Thank you. One of the victims of the busway smash has finally come home after, I'm sure we'd all like to express for one of our residents whose life's been turned upside down, and I'm sorry that Councillor Milnes doesn't want to say whether he's met with her.
To desist.
If he'd like to, he could do.
I'm not going to
Milnes,
respond
there's
to
no need to
something that's
respond.
been disallowed. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for representatives on the GCP? In which case we've been asked to note this item, and the item is noted. Item 13 is the standing item on the Cambridge Growth Company. I invite the Leader of the Council to speak on this item. Councillor Smith.
The report's there, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the Cambridge Growth Company? Councillor Richard Williams and Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could the leader tell us if she's aware of any imminent developments from the water scarcity group? Because it's over 12 months now since a water credit scheme was announced. We were all told that this was a material consideration in planning, these words on a page. But since then, there's not been anything. So does the leader know when we can expect some actual concrete measures to emerge?
The leader?
Thank you. So what I can tell you is that I had an update at the beginning of last week regarding the Fen Reservoir, which was actually very, very encouraging. I think the reservoir itself is going to be a huge community asset from the point of view of recreation and leisure, with two community buildings there and all sorts, and I haven't got my notes in front of me, but I mean many kilometres of walkways and cycleways, and very enhanced access from the surrounding villages. Water is going to be piped down. It will go via the Madingley. There's currently a small surface reservoir at Madingley. It'll go via that. So, as I say, they have just, I think today, opened a consultation on it. So I would encourage you to access that consultation, and that will give you lots of detail on that. I don't sit in the Water Resources East meetings, and I think Stephen Kelly does, and Heather Jones does. So I can't. At the moment, that's my personal experience of this update I've had from the Fen Reservoirs, but I can't give you an update. But we can get you an update.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Leader, for that. Can I just clarify? My question was really specifically about the water credit system rather than the Fen Reservoirs. Very useful update. Thank you, right. But water credits particularly.
Okay, so I'll have to give it. So I don't know is the answer to that. I think Heather Jones actually has. So I'm just trying to remember. May I ask the Chief Executive, because she remembers these things better than I do. We have had an update on it because we've had money and we are targeting social housing, aren't we?
So there's a significant amount of work going on in terms of retrofitting council homes across Cambridge and South Cambs. But I think it's probably best to get you a proper written update from the work of the Water Scarcity Group, if that's all right, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, that'd be very good.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say it's very hard to find questions on a 1.5 page report. If this is all that's going on at the Cambridge Growth Company, well, I'd be very surprised. So 2 questions from me. On paragraph 6, it says an announcement is still expected, although there's no certainty around the date. Any clues since then? Any inklings? Do we think it might be November with the Chancellor's statement, perhaps? And that's my first question. The second is what I'm looking for. Look, this council is not in charge of the Cambridge Growth Company, okay? I accept that. I don't dispute that. I don't want to see just the minutes. I can find those for myself. It refers to the minutes to be yet to be published in paragraph 8. what I want to see in these reports is, what is our council doing there? What is the vision that's been putting forward? What is our council fighting for? What are the key issues and debates that, you know, this council is championing? How are they doing the job? Not what a third party writes in the minutes. What is actually happening with representatives of our council to the Cambridge Growth Company? We might not agree on what's happening, but let's see it.
Leader?
Thank you. So I share your frustration. Minister Pennycook visited last week. Our deputy leader participated in that meeting, and I've subsequently seen a post on LinkedIn from him committing to Greater Cambridge and promising that there will be an announcement. Now look, I am not going to say when this announcement might be, because we've been led up the garden path and down again on more occasions than I can actually remember about that. So I don't know is the answer to, you know, when or even if an announcement will be made. What are we fighting for? Well, we are fighting for the government to sort out the problems that we as the local authority, and actually even we as members of the combined authority, cannot solve, such as the water, such as the foul water, such as the infrastructure, such as the solution to the congestion. So that is the message that we go back with. And there haven't been that many meetings. We have got another one next week. So I'm hoping I can tell you more after next week, when hopefully we're going to be having more substantive conversations. But our message is clear. We have we are a pro-growth authority here. We want to deliver growth. We still don't know what sort of housing numbers they're talking about, but we need government's help, government of any colour, and we were having the same conversations with the last government. We need their help to unblock the growth, and very critically to unblock all those permissions, those nearly 40,000 permissions that we currently have, some of which are being held up by by lack of water, lack of foul water, lack of transport infrastructure.
Councillor Williams, you were to come back.
Thank you. And very, very good and interesting to hear. Can I just ask that it's in the reports going forward, and a commitment that we will have more than essentially one page of A4 next time, even if it's just the leader's view on things?
Noted.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just to reiterate that I hope this isn't going to be a repeat of the Oxcam regional partnership thing, where we just didn't see the reports, the homework wasn't done. These reports need to be a lot fuller. Thank you.
I don't think there's an answer needed to that, but your point is made. Thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak. Council has been asked to note this report, and it has been noted. Thank you. Item 14 is the standard item to update Council on the membership of committees and outside bodies. Council is asked to agree updates to the appointments of the Chair and Vice Chairs of the Climate and Environment Advisory Committee, and to agree updates to the list of appointments to outside bodies as per your agenda pack. Do I have a proposer for this item, please? For the Council, Richard Smith, did you wish to speak?
No, only to say thank you very much to those people who put themselves forward, and thank you very much to those people who are standing back from roles.
Thank you. And Councillor Milnes, I think you wish to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Does any member wish to speak on this item? Councillor Warren Green, please.
I just want to briefly say that SEAC in the last few months worked really, really hard with all of these three individuals to get the agenda full, lively, informative, and very much advisory. And I'm very, very pleased to see that Lisa Redrupt has stood forward for chair, and that the portfolio has been split so that we have James Wixon looking at climate change, Jeff Harvey looking at environment, because I think that really will help SEAC, but also help the environment team on an advisory basis, not just while the committee's sitting, but also to have some more advisors around them. And I know it's been welcomed by officers just as much as been welcomed by me. So I really welcome this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak on this item? I don't see any hands. Members, are you content to take this decision by affirmation?
Agreed.
Does anyone wish to vote against the proposal? Does anyone wish to abstain? Council therefore agrees the motion by affirmation. Thank you. Are there any other updates to committee membership that haven't been noted before the meeting? Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Okay. Next item is our questions from councillors, which is 30 minutes. We can either do those now and take a short break afterwards, or we can take a short break immediately and then come back in 10, 15 minutes. Does anyone have... Press on, okay. I think I'm hearing press on as the majority. So I remind everyone that a period of 30 minutes is available for questions where notice has been provided, as set out on the agenda. I remind members that if a member is not present to ask their question, or we run out of time, those questions will be responded to in writing, unless a member asks to roll their question over to the next meeting. And I remind members they don't have to read the question in full, they can just say as printed on the agenda paper. Question A is from Councillor Dunlentell.
Thank you, Chair. Just for a little bit of context, I did ask the private owner of the Guildhall clock if we could get it back, and he told me to Foxtrot Oscar, but otherwise as on the order paper.
Councillor Smith, I believe you're responding.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, it's very important to look after our heritage, but I'm not aware of the incident you mention. It seems a shame if it's in Norfolk, but we did forward your concerns to the Chief Executive of the City Council and asked for a bit more information, which I can give you, and to quote, "In preparation for the development of the Guildhall, the project team, including architects and heritage consultants, have worked with valuers and storage companies to catalogue heritage items. The most delicate and historical items are being restored by specialists. The design team will be working with an interior designer to display as many of the heritage items as possible so that the public can enjoy them. There are other archive items that are catalogued and are in storage that may be able to be put on display." And I know the Chief Executive is a real kind of, is a real history geek actually, so this stuff really matters. Liz is nodding. Yes, so this stuff really matters to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Entell, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you for that response, Leader, and that is very positive to hear. I'm particularly worried about the benches in the Guildhall, which I think are rather like the interior of the Sydney Opera House that never got built. It's not just the exterior, it's the interior. And apparently the plan is simply to rip them out and replace them with something like this. I hope that doesn't happen, and that any influence that this council can have on protecting the internal art and architecture of the Guildhall will be made to thing ? Thank you.
Thank you. Question B, Councillor Helen Leeming, please.
Thank you, Chair. In light of the welcome announcement from the government that they will be bringing forward plans for votes at 16, has the council given any consideration to how we encourage young people to register to vote?
Councillor Milnes, I think.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So our Chief Executive has, in her role as Electoral Registration Officer, has shown how keen she is to engage young people, and it's something that the administration shares. Since our scrutiny and overview committee, we had a task and finish group, our young people's task and finish group, and since that last year, we've visited Impington Village College, And following that, we've invited them to electoral counts. And that's one of a series of events that we have been extending into our young people's communities or places of education. So we've attended Freshers' Weeks, for example, encouraging people to register and participate. And for me, the key is to pick up on that fledgling interest that teenagers develop in politics, especially with connections into the local colleges and universities. My own village college has frequently run mock elections alongside the general election counts, and they've been enthusiastically taken up. I wanted to print a little, or display an ex-post where people were queuing up to vote at their mock elections at my children's Sawston Village College when they were still doing that. Then they do that on a frequent basis. And if anybody here hasn't done so, engaging with Village College pupils will demonstrate quite clearly there is an appetite for political debate in that age group. So we just have to tap into it. My own children are a testament, formerly children but now adults, but when they were growing up, they actually were a testament to that enthusiasm for political debate. You know, I've had my ears burnt very hard by those representatives of that age group. So we have to foster that interest and demonstrate that we are interested in their views, because it's then that they'll come out and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Mills.
Councillor Leeming, do you have a supplementary question?
Well, I don't actually, but I was wondering, when the guidance comes out from the government, I hope we can endeavour to make sure that we reach young people through social media, through in-person visits, and endeavour to do our best to reach out to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Question C, Councillor Sunita Hansraj, please.
Thank you, Chair. How does the Council intend to help vulnerable residents this winter, especially elderly residents and young people?
This is Councillor Henry Batchelor to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So good news and bad news here. The good news is that we do an enormous amount. The bad news is that means my prepared answer is quite long. So I hope you will indulge me as I try to rattle through all we do as quickly as possible. So the Council, across a range of our services, do a huge amount to help vulnerable people, especially during the winter period. However, the cost of living crisis has deepened this impact, so I'd like to share some of the additional work that we've agreed to help out this winter. Thanks to our investment in the Low Income Family Tracker, we have proactively made contact with residents who we believe are eligible. This has already seen over £50,000 of extra support secured, and more will follow this coming winter. We continue to work with the wonderful local charity Hope CIC to deliver emergency food parcels to households who find themselves in immediate need and without quick access to a food hub. Over 400 of these have been given out since the scheme began, and this will be a lifeline this winter, along with the mobile food hub we funded and will continue to visit parishes. There are also 18 community hubs in the district, which will remain open over the winter period to provide vital warm spaces to enjoy a hot drink and for people to socialise in. We've allocated £21,000 for a local charity to provide refurbished laptops to disadvantaged school children and to deliver sessions helping them learn digital skills. Digital skills sessions are also being run in sheltered accommodations, helping some of the most vulnerable residents in the district. We've also increased the number of income maximisation officers at the Council to help people apply for all benefits and grants for which they may be eligible but unaware of, as well as general budgeting advice. Around 25% of benefits go unclaimed, so this support is vital for some. We're supporting local schemes to be more sustainable, and over 3 years we'll also provide £345,000 as they move to this position. We're working with parish councils and community hubs to help vulnerable residents with their financial skills. 3 such workshops took place in the summer in Teversham and Willingham. The scam awareness workshops are particularly popular with elderly people, with more of these to come. £30,000 of funding is available to provide low-income households with cost-saving products. This follows the popularity of the electric blankets and slow cookers that this council has provided residents in recent winters. Thank you very much. I'll stop now.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Hansraj, do you have a supplementary question?
Not a question, but just to say thank you for helping the residents.
Thank you. Question D is from Councillor Corinne Garvey. Councillor Garvey, please. I think Councillor Garvey has left, so she will be getting a written response. Question E is from Councillor William Jackson-Wood. Councillor Jackson-Wood, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Council is consulting on changes to the local council tax support scheme. Does the lead member for resources feel that the scheme has been successful over the past few years as residents have struggled with the cost of living crisis and inflation?
Thank you. As noted earlier, Councillor Williams is up north waiting for a grandchild to arrive, or welcoming a grandchild. Councillor Milnes, I think you're answering this in his place.
I am indeed, and congratulations to Councillor Williams on the arrival of a new granddaughter. I've had a recent grandson, if anybody's interested too. My first. I'll read John Williams' prepared response so that I get the detail accurate. But we certainly believe that the local council tax support scheme has been very successful in helping residents navigate the challenges of the cost of living crisis and inflation over the last few years. The scheme is reviewed annually and updated in line with CPI, Consumer Price Index, ensuring it remains responsive to economic pressures. Our scheme continues to offer support of up to 100% of the council tax charge, which has made a huge difference to many households. This level of assistance is not provided by all councils within Cambridgeshire or the country, and so we're rightfully proud of our interventions to help people in need. As part of our ongoing commitment to improving access and efficiency, we are currently consulting on proposed changes to make this scheme even easier to claim, simpler to administer and more cost effective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson-Wood, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair. No supplementary question, but very good to hear, and thank you very much for the answer.
Thank you. Question F, Councillor Sue Ellington, please.
Press the right button. The question as in the order sheet, please.
Okay, I think Councillor Hawkins, you're responding to this one.
Yes, Judge, thank you very much for your question. As the lead cabinet member for planning, I can confirm that the highways impacts of any new development are seriously considered by this planning authority as part of the detailed assessment of all plan applications that we receive. And this is, of course, as you know, in consultation with Cambridgeshire County Council, who, as you're aware, are the Highways Authority, on whose expertise we rely on for evaluating the traffic management plans to address those issues that you have raised. So yes, I can reassure you and our residents that we'll continue to work with the Highways Authority as I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ellington, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, just to say that this doesn't seem to be carried out in practice. As an example, since the A14 came into new being, the signage which was created when it was being constructed, was created and directs traffic, i.e. very large lorries, to go through Swavesey to get to Northstowe, and nobody has made any provision to change the sign since Northstowe has its own road leading off the A14. And it's those sort of things that lead to lorries parking in our small villages, causing really dangerous situations, as well as being really unsatisfactory for them and us. And I would ask that provision is made for adequate parking for large lorries, especially in the light of some development which appears to be around the corner.
Councillor Hawkins?
I don't think there was a question, but I take your point. I have raised issues of lorries going through Willingham and some of the other villages in the past, directly with the highways and with Northstowe. But I'm happy to take this specific one. If you would like to raise that with me, please, outside the meeting, we can take that issue up with them. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question G, Councillor James Rickson, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, the council has received over £18 million in funding to support housing retrofit. What plans does the council have to spend this funding?
Councillor John Batchelor, I think you're responding, please.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Just a small correction to the question. As you just heard, the question was the council received over 18 million. Sadly, we've only actually got 8 million. But the good news is that we've match fund that by another 10 million from our own resources, so the actual investment is 18.2 million. So we're going to invest that over the next 4 or 5 years. This will supply energy efficiency upgrades to approximately 620 council homes. These are those which are currently below the EPC Band C grade. Measures include insulation, ventilation, solar PV, low energy lighting, heating controls, and air source heat pump replacements for around 85 eligible properties. Delivery is phased annually with around 205 homes upgraded each year, prioritised by energy performance and grouped geographically for best value. Final surveys for phase 1 are underway, with retrofit design being tailored to each property. The council is also exploring ECO4 funding to extend benefits to nearby homes not eligible under the SHDF, whatever that might be, criteria, and will address any remaining properties through future funding or planned works. We continue to respond to individual tenant requests for measures such as solar PV installing where possible and feasible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rickson, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, to some extent, yeah, I do, yes. So, I guess, yeah, to get there, the retrofit process requires multiple stakeholders to work closely together to reduce risk, but also achieve a positive outcome, and that both balances financial cost and carbon cost, and not imposing on the residents. As retrofit becomes more common, I think it's become clearer that for us to achieve the net zero goals, the most successful approach is through collaboration, and taking a shared approach to responsibility of risks and outcomes. So my question is, how is the District Council collaborating with our neighbouring authorities in supporting homeowners and the wider retrofit industry, and what projects and initiatives might we expect to see in the near future?
Thank you. Well, the answer to that is we're working across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough with all our different partners in order to develop a retrofit guide. Hopefully this guide will then help to coordinate the work and increase efficiency. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Question H, Councillor Anna Bradnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Do Cabinet share my concerns about the impact of the funding for moving the Cambridge wastewater treatment plant being withdrawn? I'm asking this specifically because Anglian Water subsequently announced that they're going to be objecting to all major developments in our area.
Councillor Timmy Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The decision not to fund the retreatment works being removed does mean that Anglia Water will need to provide a new solution, and this is very likely to be enhancing the capacity of the treatment plant as it is in Milton. And this will enable them handle the anticipated developments in the city within the existing treatment plant. Now, this will obviously take Anglia Water some time to develop and implement, but I must reiterate that the statutory obligation under the Water Industry Act 1991 to providing sewage surfaces for domestic and commercial properties remains unchanged. So to clarify, it's only the sites within the catchment area of the Milton Treatment Works that this issue relates to. Now, obviously, as the local plan authority, we continue to engage with and emphasize to Anglia Water and DEFRA that the new solution needs to be brought forward sooner than envisaged in the Anglia Water 2030 onwards wastewater plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair, I do. Thank you for your answer, Councillor Hawkins. There have been requests to Anglian Water for about 10 years to provide a sewage connection for the residents of Fen Road in Chesterton, which is in my ward. Some 300 to 400 residents live here in caravans with no main sewage connection, relying only on septic tanks and small package plants. Since the funding to relocate the wastewater treatment plant has been withdrawn, Anglian Water will be working to improve capacity on their Milton site for forthcoming developments. Please would the portfolio holder for planning support me in seeking engagement from Anglian Water about providing a sewage link for Fen Road, Chesterton?
Councillor Hawkins.
Yes, thank you for that. I mean, obviously, Anglia Water's plans for other wastewater treatment plants outside of the city continues and is not affected by this particular decision. But yes, we are engaging with them, and we are happy to take this particular one on board to ensure that something is provided for them.
Thank you
as they go on with their current 2030 plans.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. I'll follow up with you later. Thank you.
Thank you. Question I is from Councillor Eileen Wilson.
As written on the paper.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Warren Green is responding.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a question about the third annual local climate conference, which is happening on the 17th of October. The word has spread widely to community groups and parish councils. And as members here, it's great to see that we've all been part of alerting residents and community groups in our patches through our reports and at meetings. It looks like we're set to have a full house on the 17th, but do keep spreading the word. The environment team has used established comms channels and mentioned this event to people at their own events as the opportunity arises. And participants will have the opportunity to network with a variety of local stakeholders, find out more about their climate change and nature work. Plus, on the 17th, there will be, and it's quite important to spread the word on this, a focused workshop on the agenda, giving attendees the chance to have their say on the consultation process for the Council's new climate and nature strategy. And then they'll be able to give direct feedback on the document and proposed approaches. And the communication around that has gone out through the communications channels as well as through our written reports and at events. If you are encouraging people to come to the meeting on the 17th, do also mention that refreshments are available and there'll be a plant-based lunch will be provided. And I am informed that a lot of people that come to these environmental events are very pleased at those plant-based lunches. The event starts at 11:30. It's at Storiesfield Centre on the 17th, and that will mean that there will be time for a small session and then the lunch. So, you know, if people can arrive by 12 o'clock, it would be great. I think this is a good opportunity to, you know, push and communicate about that event again. But the communication has been very, very broad from the team, and I have to say there are a lot of people interested, and every year it's building momentum, which I'm really pleased with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Thank you. This is a wonderful opportunity for residents and community groups to hear about a variety of initiatives taking place around us and to be inspired to create their own projects that contribute to net zero. I hope that following on from the success of previous events, this is something that can continue to be a regular event under any new organisation that emerges from local government reorganisation.
Thank you. Question J, Councillor Lisa Redrup, please.
Sorry, thank you, Chair, but Councillor MacDonald just told me that he's left, so he's unable to answer my question and has promised me a written response.
No comment. Thank you. In which case we can move on to question K, Councillor Annika Osborne, please.
Thank you, Chair. When the administration took office back in 2018, it set out its ambition to double the number of council houses delivered each year across the district. Would the lead member outline how well we've done in meeting that ambition, please? Thank you.
And Councillor John Batchelor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So when the administration came into office, the council was delivering around 35 homes per year, and we committed to double that number. From April 2018 to March 2025, the council completed a total of 515 new homes for affordable rent and shared ownership. 390 of them were for rents and 125 for shared ownership. The annual number has grown over time, but this represents an average delivery rate of around 73 per year, so more than double the 2018 figure. Looking forward to March 2028, the council has a potential further 522 homes in our delivery pipeline, either under construction, under contract, or under acquisition. If we achieve these numbers, we will again double our delivery rate. In the meantime, this year, 25-26, is set to be our biggest ever year for delivery, with a likely minimum of 120 new build council homes being completed in the period. And I can't complete this answer without actually having a word of thanks for Kirsten Donaldson and her team, who are the people who are responsible for this, this success. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Osborne, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a supplementary question, but it's just, I would also extend my thanks to Kirsten Donaldson, and I'm very pleased to see the numbers and that this year will hopefully be a record high. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you. Question L, Councillor Heather Williams, please.
As will the order paper, Chair.
Councillor Smith, I believe you're responding to this one.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. So my role as leader of the council is to lead, and that's exactly the same as, for instance, Councillor Anna Bailey in East Cambridgeshire. And, we are both communicating with our residents in very much the same way. So having spent nearly 8 years in this job, I'm now very well aware of the potential benefits of a single unitary council consisting of South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City. Myself and all the other leaders of a number of different political persuasions have been briefed at length and on many, many occasions on a huge range of issues, including the financial implications of each option, the impact that it will have on adult and children's social care very critically, and also, and this again very much at the instigation of Councillor Bailey, the issues around the debt of each council and how that's managed. Additionally, as a member of the District Council Network and the Local Government Association, I've received numerous briefings, I've run quite a few myself actually, on the issues affecting district councils as they go through reorganisation. Within my own group...
Point of order, Chair. On 12.7A, direct oral answer, the leader is not answering the question as on the order paper.
I'm getting there.
Direct oral answer.
I'm giving you the background for the answer. Okay. So my group and I have had a number of discussions about the pros and cons of each option. And I look forward to the debate in Council in November. And also this is going to scrutiny, which I'm sure will be very interesting. So it is imperative, we have a requirement to inform residents what's going on. So just this week, I took part in a public event in the Guildhall, along with the leader of Cambridge City.
Under 12.7A, direct oral answer, I'm asking about the justification of use of taxpayers' money and whether it shows contempt or disregard. None of what the leader has said is just merely ticking down the clock.
Be patient.
Chairman,
Be patient.
Sorry, Chairman. Chair, if I can just interrupt. The question is justify, and I see the leader, in my interpretation, is justifying the action. So I think that is the issue we're facing.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So, just this week, myself and the leader of Cambridge City participated in a public event alongside both of our chief executives, where members of the public had been invited to come and be briefed about the preferred option of the two councils, but most importantly, to contribute their views and their feelings about it. So we used the small hall, which was full of people. We did brief presentations, and then we had sort of facilitated discussion groups. And the feedback I had was that this was highly valued by these members of the public, and they were quite a mixed bag of people. And these were people coming wanting to find out more. So the cost of that is very well justified by the fact that people were trying to find out more. It became very obvious, actually, what a complicated issue this is to communicate to people who really don't understand anything about it. But actually, the information we got back for them was going to be very, very helpful to us in informing our business case. So, this is complicated. It's really important that we are open and transparent about this. And we have to be open and transparent with our residents and our businesses. And us communicating our justification for supporting a Greater Cambridge Unitary is absolutely justifies any small cost that's involved in it, because our residents and our businesses have a right to understand what our views are. So the justification is easy.
You have a point of order, Councillor Danton.
I'm listening to the same answer as everybody else. The question is, promote a single unitary option, i.e. not bringing all the various options that have been suggested, the Huntingdonshire going off on its own, or everyone going in with Peterborough, etc. The question is, promote a single option, a preferred option. It is quite obvious from the content that has been produced by the leaders of our two councils that they have a preferred option. The question says, why are local taxpayers being used to promote a single option, to promote one option over the others? I have not heard an answer to that.
me to address
Councillor
that,
Smith,
Chair?
please do.
So that's the nature of leadership. Leadership is about showing leadership and communicating your views to people, and they can like it or they can not like it. But, you know, other leaders are doing the same, and, you know, there's been some very interesting public announcements from some other councils very recently, which everybody has the same sort of access to, and, you know, people have to make up their own minds. But, you know, leadership is about doing just that. Communicate. We firmly believe that this is the best option for our residents and for our businesses, and we would be doing them a terrible disservice if we didn't inform them of why we believe that.
Thank you. And the 30 minutes set aside for questions has now expired. Councillor Richard Williams, Bunty Waters.
Point of order, Chair. I'm proposing a motion without notice under standing item 14.1 to suspend standing order 12.5, which totals the limit spent. I believe I have a seconder in Councillor Richard Williams. There has been no attempt to make sure that questions are dealt with in the 30 minutes. We've had people reading them out, long questions other than the order paper. We haven't had direct oral answers, and we've also had answers that have gone past 3 minutes in their response. Now, I have put the motion to suspend standing order 12.5.
In case I think we can go.
Is it seconded though?
You have a seconder for that, presumably.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to second. I've been timing the answers that we've got from the Cabinet. Over 2 minutes, 2.5, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, 1 minute, 19 seconds, 47 seconds for Councillor Sue Ellington. I wonder why that one was so much shorter. 1 minute 57, 1 minute 19, on and on and on. Statements have been read out, which it looks to me like are clearly designed to time out the questions. And I think in that circumstance, given we've got 3 questions left, it would be appropriate to suspend standing orders and prove that there's no problem with answering questions, even if they come from the opposition.
Chair, you have a motion which has been seconded. You now need to put it to the vote.
Thank you. Can we take a recorded vote on that, please? As always, it's green to agree to suspend standing orders, red to reject, and yellow to abstain. To suspend standing orders and yeah. A couple of people have left. Is that everyone?
Just ask,
Has everyone voted? Looks like it. So it's 17 in favour, 6 against, 2 abstentions. Standing orders are suspended.
Thank you. Although I would like an answer to my actual question at some point about whether it shows contempt or disregard. I have no issues at all if the Liberal Democrat group wishes to use their own resources to promote it, but the council resources, the social media video, I hope the leader enjoyed her cup of coffee or whatever it was she had on that video, that is being used and promoted, and council resources are being used to promote the administration's preferred option. And it was actually raised in this chamber before we'd even had a response to the public consultation, before we've seen any of the business plans. We need to get it right. I agree with the leader on that, but jumping out beforehand, before seeing all the evidence, is not the way to do it. And it is not right to use the council resources to push such a party political issue. Say what you want in your group. So will the leader answer that question and apologise for using council resources to push her party's agenda before it's even policy at this council? It's as disrespectful to the opposition as it is to your own backbench. They've not had a say on it yet either.
Sorry, I didn't hear a question in that. What was the question?
Will the leader answer the question and apologise for it?
My group most certainly has had a say on it. And we're in control of this council. So our views are the council's views. So no, it does not show contempt or disregard.
Sorry, point
Chair,
of order.
point of information.
Point of information.
Point of information, Chair. Council policy on this matter hasn't even been set by Cabinet yet. You have not had the vote. Therefore, it is not council policy until it's been and voted through by members of this council. You can smirk, you can laugh, you can do what you like, but you haven't voted on it in this chamber, either Cabinet or this council. It is not council policy yet.
Councillor Lentel, you had a point.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like the monitoring officer's view on how policy is made at a local council. Is it made in a party group by one person and a leader? No, it does actually matter because council resources have been spent. I'm sorry, leader, I am speaking. No, this isn't leadership, leader. This is browbeating.
This is a question.
Could we please have an answer from the monitoring office about whether it is official policy if the council hasn't voted on it? Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, the council makes the policy, full stop.
Chair, to clarify, resources are being used by the administration or the Liberal Democrat group to push their own agenda and not council policy. I do believe the leader should apologise for using resources in such a manner.
The council's had a question, she's had a response.
It's time to move on to the next question, which is M. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams, please.
As on the agenda, Chair.
Thank you very much. So there's been some careful cherry picking here. So let me just give a slightly broader view to the spend on agency staff. So in 2021, there was £2,870,559 in total spent on agency staff, of which 368,709 was externally funded. In 2021-22, the total spent was £2,370,065, with externally funded 303,508. In 22-23, the total was £2,418,942, with externally funded 264,468. And in 23-24, the total was 2,535,272, and 955,000 was externally funded. Most significantly, in 24-25, the total was 2,241,878, with a record-breaking 411,234 pounds being externally funded, leaving a net of only 1,830,644. So it has gone down. So the lowest figure spent on agency staff over that 5 years period was in the 24-25 period, and during that time, the highest percentage was externally funded. So, as Councillor Williams is well aware of all of this, because all this data has already been reported to Council at the meeting in July 25, and with the most recent meeting of full Council prior to this one, where posts are externally funded, we recover all the costs, and there is no cost to the Council. Typical examples are in planning, where we've been funded for some significant transformation projects, such as the Digital and Artificial Intelligence project and the Homes for Ukraine project, where the whole team is funded externally. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, do you have a supplementary question?
Certainly do. I didn't really get an answer to my question, so I'll answer it for the leader. The spend was higher in 23-24 than it was in 21-22, and the leader knows why those dates were used, because 21-22 was the year before the 4-day week was introduced, and 23-24 was afterwards. There was no £399,000 saving as is claimed. But my supplementary question is, does the leader think that it is appropriate, and indeed does the leader regret that this administration required council officers to put out press statements after our meeting in July that were frankly misleading? They were bogus, repeatedly claiming a yearly, and I quote, yearly, £399,000 saving from the 4-day week. That is simply not supported by the figures the leader has read out. Does the administration regret forcing officers to put out statements that are frankly bogus?
Leader?
So this administration doesn't force officers to do anything. So if you look back at the year before, the highest spend on agency staff was in 2020-21, which you conveniently choose to ignore. There is no doubt that the benefits of the 4-day week build up over time. And in the last year, we have really seen the benefits of the 4-day week as more and more roles become filled by permanent staff, and particularly expensive roles, and as the amount of externally sourced funding continues to increase.
Point of clarification. No, I think the leader made a mistake. She said external funding has increased. Normally we hear how government grants are going down.
No, it's gone up. So the highest, in that 5-year period, there was more externally funded agency staff than the preceding 4 years. 411,234 externally funded. So the highest amount in 5 years.
I think we can move on to question N now, please, which stands in the name of Councillor Bunty Waters, please.
Thank you, Chair. As on the agenda sheet.
I believe that's Councillor Smith again.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And you're right in highlighting the success the Council's achieved in being shortlisted for and actually winning very many awards over the last few years. I've encouraged us to apply for awards. I think there's many reasons to do it. It greatly enhances the reputation of our organisation. It gives very positive feedback to our valued colleagues who work so hard. And it actually has played quite a significant part, I think, in attracting the best sort of staff to come and work for us, because we can say in places like planning, actually it's an award, we have an award-winning planning service. We also have an award-winning building control service, and building control actually earns us money. So, they've done tremendously from really quite a low base, which we inherited, to being an outstanding provider of a very valuable service, which actually generates money for this organisation. So there's no cost to entering awards, and the award ceremonies are normally sponsored. Finalists are allocated a few seats or tables so they can attend at no cost themselves. A check of our financial records has found since 2020 that we've not spent any money on entering awards, and a total of £500 has been spent so that additional members of the planning team could attend the Royal Town and Planning Institute Awards ceremony. On one occasion, members of the Waste Service attended a conference that included an award ceremony. The total cost of them attending that conference was £1,100, and although that was the cost of the conference, not attending the awards, I'm actually including it in my answer for completeness. Officers attend award ceremony to represent the council. They can claim their travel costs, and travel costs to award ceremonies are not separately recorded from other travel costs, so can't easily be identified, but any amount so claimed would have been relatively small.
Thank you. Councillor Waters, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you, Chair. Just thank you for your response.
Thank you. Question O, Councillor Graham Cohn, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just as on the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Milnes to respond.
Yeah,
I
thank
believe.
you. We have four, through you, Chair, we have four websites. The main District Council website, which you know has been recently updated, the Visit South Cambs website, promoting visits to the area, the Cambridge, Greater Cambridgeshire Planning website, and the Shared Waste Service website. The cost to license and run these four websites is included in our ICT 3C digital budget and isn't separately identified. Three of the websites were set up some years ago and were and no longer matched customers' expectations and didn't meet government accessibility standards. So we had to go through a process of updating those websites to make sure they were compliant and allow easy access for people with disabilities and to reduce their carbon impact. Sorry, I hesitated because you were shaking your head. So these new websites have been a really good success. Our accessibility rating is now over 90%. Similarly, the carbon score for the website has dramatically improved, and the cost of this was £60,000 for the main SCDC site, 28,000 for the shared waste service, and 16,000 for the planning website. The modernisation project was entered into before the government announcement on local government reorganisation and was expected to provide us with sites that would last for at least 5 years. The Visit South Cambs website was set up in 2020 and its initial costs were budgeted at £25,000.
Thank you. Councillor Cohen, do you have a supplementary question?
I don't, Chair, just to thank the Deputy Lead Member for providing that information.
Well, and the officers for providing all of that information.
Indeed, thank you. That was the last question on the agenda. I propose we now adjourn until 5:15 for a coffee, tea, comfort break, whatever. So, Dem Services, please take us offline for now. Item 16 on your agenda. Members are reminded that a maximum period of 30 minutes is allowed for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated. That includes dealing with any amendments. At the expiry of the 30-minute period, debate will stop immediately and the mover of the original motion, or if the original motion has been amended, the mover of that amendment, now forming the substantive motion, will have the right of reply before the motion or amendment is put to the vote. Motion 16A is standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams, please would you move your motion?
Thank you, Chair. And I am mindful, and I'm sure Chair will correct us if we steer down to debates on the 4-day week, but I will keep it to my motion as has been advised. When we've had discussions on LGR, we've actually spoke with quite a unified voice and all agreed that one of the most frustrating things about it is that the government had no mandate. It wasn't in their manifesto. They had no mandate to do it. That's something that the leader has said many times, other members of the administration and myself, we are agreed on that. But you can't just pick and choose when a mandate is necessary in that way. Now, during COVID and other things like the invasion in Ukraine, things happen, life happens, and sometimes you might have to take a deviation, or you might have to change how you do things that you didn't intend to when you stood for election. I will never forget a very sobering day when a conversation that we had went from literally bin bags to body bags in a very short succession. Through that period, we did not object. If the administration had to do things differently, we were understanding, and I hope that if it had been the other way around, they would have been too. But the 4-day week was not one of those occasions. It was a clear, independent act, I would argue, of self-harm against this council and its reputation, and most importantly, with the trust that others outside of this chamber have in us. We recently received the responses to the consultation in relation to LGR. And when it comes to are you satisfied with the quality of services provided by my local council, South Cambridgeshire, the strongly agreed, was only 9%, which I'm sure none of us are happy about. I feel that local government decisions reflect the cultural values of my community. Again, only 9%. The only person to be below us was Cambridge City on 8%. And the most relevant, in my view, stat from that report was I trust my council to make decisions in the best interest of the community. In South Cambridgeshire, only 4% strongly agreed. That is the lowest percentage in the whole of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough combined authority. From my point of view, even though, and let's face it, no one 100% agrees all the time on everything, even people that are sympathetic towards the 4-day week are very angry, upset, disappointed in how it was being handled. We had years of it happening without a vote at full council. We had no proper consultation. We were promised one, never happened. Then it was a consultation on services. We had one report that was, my words are, edited to suit or requested edited to suit. We had another report dubbed as independent, but this council had actively approached an active campaigner for 4-day working week. All of these things, whether you agree or not with the 4-day week, have really broke down trust with this council. And that very much leads to the situation we are as one of the least trusted councils in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, according to that report. Now, I am a member of the opposition. but still a member of this council. And I do not wish to see that severe lack of trust in our authority, regardless of who is running it. I think mistakes were had. I think it was a mistake to do it in general, but even if we just look at the process and the things I've outlined, it was wrong. So today, I do not put a motion down to overturn the decision, but simply for the administration to hold their hands up and say, you know, we still think we did the right thing, but we went the wrong way about it. We should have been inclusive. We should have listened to residents. We shouldn't have just dismissed because everybody's unhappy with local government. If we look at the response in this survey, people are far less trusting of us and far less happy with our services than they are in other areas. So that's the question today. Are you willing to admit something went wrong in the process, in how things were handled, and hold your hands up and say sorry, and therefore try and rebuild trust, not just with opposition members, but residents of South Cambridgeshire?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Is the motion seconded? No, not your credit card, Councillor Cohen.
It's got it, it's got it. Yes, Chair, I would like to second this motion.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'm happy to speak now, actually, if that's okay,
the
Chair.
floor is yours then.
Yeah. So, Chair, the reason I think there should be an apology is because of the confusion around that isn't it a consultation on the 4-day working week, where we have seen in the consultation that did take place, both residents and businesses were clearly against it. So firstly, an apology to our residents and businesses for being ignored. And then secondly, an apology for selecting a so-called independent professor selected by this council to undertake a report who, in my view, was clearly biased and was very pro the 4-day working week, and the public can look at his previous interviews, his dress code, and make their own decisions on whether he was or wasn't pro a 4-day working week. So secondly, an apology for taking the public for fools that this was an independent report.
Thank you. Two requests to speak so far, the first of which is Councillor Dan Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of the Conservative group and I wasn't elected as one. And as much as I like these chaps, I remain what I was elected as, which is a Liberal Democrat, a quietly liberal, very democratic person. And what we saw earlier today in relation to LGA was not liberal and it wasn't democratic. It's the I'm the leader, I'm in charge, and this is what's going to happen. The problem with that approach is it leads to mistakes, and mistakes were made in the implementation of the 4-day week. Now, I disagree with our friends on the blue team. I think 4 in 7 working is absolutely essential for the reasons that I talked about last time we were all together. However, as somebody who's a trained lobbyist with the Chartered Institute of Public Relations, for what it's worth, I'm appalled at the lack of stakeholder engagement. I'm appalled at the way that residents of our wards have been treated with regards to this. They haven't been persuaded. They haven't been encouraged to understand why this is worth doing. Instead, they've been fed a lot of nonsense about efficiency savings. Well, there are currently 7, if not 8 councils in this county. Of course, there are efficiency savings to be made. They've also had the very unfortunate spectre of seeing the senior leadership team at this council massively transgress these rules, the ones behind me, our constitution. And the deliberate decision when this became public knowledge that there was a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest, the political choice to ignore, not to just say, you know what, hands up, that was a mistake, shouldn't have done that. I said at the time, it's not the biggest scandal in the world, and this is Cambridge. We are rather in favour of academic exercises, and I'd strongly encourage any member of staff who was thinking of doing one, whether it related to their work or 5th century Byzantine christening practices, do it. Academia is good for its own sake. But that was not handled well. And from the people who are at the top of this organisation, an organisation which receives applications for licensing and housing, where we expect our residents to have dotted the I's and crossed the T's, we expect them to be 100% upfront and honest. That did not happen here, and it is shameful that the only written record relating to the transgression of this rule appears to enter the record in October last year. That is wrong, and it gave huge fuel to our dear friends at the Daily Mail. Can I put it that way? It gave huge fuel to those people to make a case against 4 in 7 working, to make a case against this council. It also did one individual in this room no good at all when it came to the reputation, their professional reputation and the reputation of their family.
Councillor
I
Lenton,
will then,
you've had your 3 minutes. Please wind up your remarks now.
the people on this side of this room are here to make sure that kind of behaviour, that kind of I'm the leader, we do it my way, come hell or high water, that is exactly what Liberals and Democrats should not be tolerating, not in ourselves or anybody else. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Bygott, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this motion, which is about accountability and respect for the people that we represent. The decision to make the 4-day week permanent on full pay was taken without any clear mandate from residents. And although consultations were held on the council service levels during the trial, the amount of data collected was not sufficient. I raised this point when we looked at the consultation figures at our meeting in July. Given the negative responses received, it is likely, although not proven, that our services had deteriorated. But this was not investigated further, despite SCDC's claim to be a data-driven council. When councils act without strong evidence and without proper consent from their communities, trust suffers. An official apology would go some way to acknowledging that the decision-making process fell short. The reality is that residents are already dealing with rising costs, stretched public services, and a difficult economy. They expect their council to be fully focused on delivery. For many people, the idea that staff can work fewer hours for the same pay while services are not always improving is simply unfair. Whether or not someone agrees with that perception, it is our duty to take it seriously. We should recognise that residents deserved a stronger evidence base, a clearer mandate, and a more transparent debate before such fundamental change was pushed through. They need an apology. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Ellington, please.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that this 4-day week is based on the assumption that 5 days' work will be done in 4 days. But is that why we have to have an extra member of staff called a community liaison officer, which has been employed? I see liaising between my residents and the council as my job. But with staff 2 days home working and 1 day not here, that only leaves 2 days when I might be able to find the right officer in the office to talk to about it. But I suppose that's why you had to employ a community liaison officer. I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm speaking to support the motion. As Councillor Heather Williams has said, I think it is important that we maintain trust between us as a council and the residents of South Cambridgeshire. And the way that the 4-day week was introduced, I'm afraid to say, has undermined trust. You only need to look at the timeline. This was introduced, I think it was the 19th of September 2022 or thereabouts. I got the first phone call saying that the council was going to introduce this. That was just 4.5 months after the district council elections. I find it inconceivable to believe that this complete sea change in the relationship between council taxpayers and the council was thought up over the summer months. And I think it may have been different if this had come up in 2024 when it was, 2 years after a district council election. Things may have changed. Things hadn't changed that much over the summer of 2022 versus the spring of 2022. And the fact that this really important policy, and in your view, a really positive important policy, in my view, a negative one, but I'm prepared to accept sincerely held views on both sides. The idea that, you didn't mention that in your manifesto is just ridiculous. And then 4 months later, it's implemented. It's done real damage to the council. It's done real damage to democracy. And ultimately, actually, that harms all of us. Because if people think that you say one thing in an election and then you don't mention this fundamental policy, which 4 months later you seek to introduce, it just feeds the cynicism about politics, whether you're a Liberal Democrat, a Tory, Labour, Green, whatever. So I really regret that it happened in the way that it happened, and I think the administration, by acknowledging some mistakes, could go quite a long way to restore trust between the council and the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I've listened to all of that with interest. The rate today's going, I'm expecting to be asked to apologise for breathing at this rate. So the answer is no. So why would I apologise for reducing costs and saving the taxpayer money? Why would I apologise for improving recruitment and retention, resulting in us having an award-winning planning service, nationally recognised? Why would I apologise for improving performance across nearly every single service area?
I'm not. Where in the motion does it is it asking for Councillor Bridget Smith to apologise? It says the cabinet, or is le cabinet c'est moi in this instance?
I'll rephrase that. Why would we apologise? And I'll say it all again in that case. Why would we apologise for reducing costs and saving the taxpayer money? Why would we apologise for improving recruitment and retention, thereby resulting in a fully staffed planning service which has won awards, is recognised throughout the whole of the country to the point where the government actually gives it money to run trials on things like AI? Why would we apologise for improving performance across the board? Why would we apologise for increasing the hours of opening of our contact centre?
Point of order again, Chair.
Why would we apologise?
Point of order, Chair. It is quite obvious that Councillor Smith is rehearsing the arguments for and against 4-day working. The question is about how the thing was done, not why the thing was done.
Sorry, that's not a point of order. You're just interjecting into the debate when you've not been invited to.
Well, I beg your pardon, Chair, then it's a point of whatever. But this is not how the opposition... I sit here and I see the opposition not being treated like this. I'm not talking to you, Councillor Smith, I'm talking to the Chair. And I'm making the point. First of all, you aren't the Cabinet. Thank you. You are not the Cabinet, and you are speaking to
stand up and suspend the Council unless you let Councillor Smith finish her statement. Thank you.
Right, I'll repeat the last point before I was interrupted. Why would we apologise for increasing the hours of opening of our contact centre? Why would we apologise for creating a workforce that has greatly improved physical and mental health and is happier? Why would we apologise, as I say, for becoming award-winning across many areas? And I'm certainly not going to apologise for annoying Tories who are fundamentally, ideologically opposed to the 4-day week. And I'm not going to apologise for taking on central government and winning. This has been a data-driven, evidence-led solution to a lot of problems, and it has solved those problems. It's never mentioned to me on the doorstep. We have turned this council from a failing Tory-run council into one of the highest-performing district councils in the country, and the 4-day week has been key to that success.
Councillor Heather Williams, you wanted to interject.
Point of information and point of personal explanation, I think, is what I required. There's nothing in here that says, as the leader puts it, to apologise to Tories in such a derogatory way. Yeah. We are members of this council and we haven't asked for an apology at all. We've asked the public to have an apology.
I was referring to Tories generically.
Right, okay, leader. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? That's why you look directly over here in such a derogatory manner. I believe the words Conservatives, actually.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on this motion? Oh, Councillor Will-Jackson-Wood, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's only a brief one from my side. Speaking in capacity of the Chair of the Employment Staffing Committee. Obviously, the officers and employees of the Council are also residents here in South Cambs. And overall, what we've seen since the implementation of the 4-day week is a reduction in the absence through sickness. We've seen overall increase in the job satisfaction, and also the time to fill vacancies has also dropped. So overall, we're actually seeing a really positive impact. And again, I just want to make sure that we're saying this on behalf of the employees of the council, but also therefore residents, either indirectly or directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't think I see any other hands in the air. Williams has got a right to reply. Councillor Heather Williams, you have the right to reply before we move to a vote on your motion.
Thank you. So the purpose of the motion was you had no mandate to do it. The leader has put forward reasons we dispute, but at the end of the day, no public mandate was found. Saving money, not quite, are we? Because we haven't included future costs of separate food waste collections and we need extra crews to do it. So actually, when you take that out, you're at zero again. Also, no calculation was ever made as to the amount of hours. And do you know what? Having people at home does cost money if they're not working. And that was never put in. The recruitment, the awards, you can trot these things out as much as you like. This survey from residents was clear. They are dissatisfied across the board more now than ever before. We just said it was a failing authority in 2018 with no evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, there were significant reserves in this council that there no longer is now. But what would we expect from an administration, Chair, that has not provided sufficient evidence to follow this policy in the first place, that they would just make things up on the basis of what suits? Today was about building trust. Not with us, with residents. The stats are there in the recent survey. We are the least, when it comes to strongly agreeing about, I trust my council to make decisions, we are the least trusted in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. That deserves an apology. Whether you think you're right or wrong for what you have done, the residents don't trust us. And they don't trust us not because you're Liberal Democrats and we're Conservatives, or the derogatory manners in which the leader likes to bash around our party, because people don't care right now what party we serve or actually what party we don't. They care that they do not trust this council. Make it clear they do not trust, and it's not the first time. we've had issues. When it comes to our planning service, there was a lack of trust found in an independent review. That one at the time, the administration hadn't managed to pre-select who was doing it, as happened here. It's a real shame. Everybody makes mistakes. Everyone in this chamber is a human being. But hold your hands up. And if you want to do things, put it in your election literature, put it in your manifesto. You didn't do that in 2022. We do. And then the public can decide or not. But to put this through months after the election with no mandate was dishonest, disingenuous, and it's no wonder we're not trusted at this council anymore. And you can smile and grin, you rolled your eyes, but it makes no difference. We know we did what we could.
Thank you. I think I'd be correct in assuming we're not going to agree this motion by affirmation. So
I think that's the clearest dispute all day, Chair.
I will ask Dem Services to set up a recorded vote, please. It's, as usual, to be green to vote for Councillor Williams' motion, red against, yellow to abstain. Thank you. Has everyone voted? We think so. The results are 7 votes yes, 16 votes no, 0 abstentions, so the motion falls. Thank you. Okay, motion 16B stands in the name of Councillor Dr. Richard Williams. An amendment has been circulated, I think, to all members. Councillor Richard Williams, can you confirm whether you will accept this amendment or whether we need to debate it?
I don't accept the amendment, no, Chair. But it's not been moved yet.
Yep. Right.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, thank you. I will speak to move the original motion, which stands in my name. Now, I'm hoping that there will be a good degree of agreement and support for this motion today. I hope it isn't controversial at all to say that we all think that it's important that we actively engage with the public we serve, and that the process of asking questions, and crucially, the ability of members of the public to come back with supplementary questions, is a really important way of ensuring transparency, accountability, and public confidence in local authorities within our area. Now, as members know, there is currently a proposal from the Constitution and Ethics Committee of Cambridgeshire County Council to remove the ability of members of the public to ask supplementary questions. This has quite understandably caused some alarm, certainly amongst people who take an interest in local government in Cambridgeshire, and the effects that that could have on, or the negative effects that that could have on public ability to participate in the democratic process. I think just for context, it's useful to sort of set out the number of public questions that Cambridgeshire County Council has received recently. So in their July 2025 meeting, they had 5 public questions. In March 25, they had 2. In February 25, they had 3. In December 24, they had 5. So we're not talking about a huge number of questions from the public. We're not talking about a huge amount of time that county councillors would have to spend engaging with those questions and listening to the supplementary points that members of the public wish to raise. Public questions are really important. I've been on this council now for, I think, 5.5 years. For the first few years, we didn't actually get very many public questions, but we've started to get more public questions in full councils in the last year or two. And I think it's really benefited us as a council, and I think it really adds something extra to our proceedings. The questions today I actually thought were excellent. The question from Mr. Loughlin was a really good and important issue to raise, as was the question about homelessness. So public questions can bring really interesting and really useful things to council meetings, and I think any attempt to reduce the ability of members of the public to ask questions, and crucially ask those really important supplementary questions where they can really get to the heart of the issue that they want to raise with the council, is fundamentally important. And it is very, very regretful that the county council is proposing to remove the ability to ask supplementary questions. And I would hope that we as a council, together, the leader of the council and the leader of the opposition, can say very clearly to Cambridgeshire County Council, I'm sorry, you've got it wrong. This affects our residents. It affects our residents in a very, very important way. You've got it wrong. Think again. Please don't do this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I'm happy to second the motion, Chair.
Councillor Cone, seconding. Thank you.
I'd like to move an amendment, Chair.
I'm happy to speak now, Chair, if that's okay.
Councillor Mills is obviously moving the amendment, but if you wish to speak now,
You need to second it. He has a right to speak.
you have the right to speak now if you.
Thank you, Chair. So I really wanted just to echo the comments of Councillor Richard Williams. You know, I think it is a question of transparency, and as a council as a whole, we've always talked about transparency, and I think it's really important that we shout about that and continue with supplementary questions in that respect. I think there's a scrutiny element to this as well, that people are able to still ask questions of us as councillors. One question I don't think is always enough. I think you can do more probing and follow up and get good information from that supplementary answer, and we've seen that in fairness with the cabinet today. You have provided answers that through supplementary questions that have been very reasonable and have added to that the information from residents or members of the public. And I think we should lead by example, really, and really be promoting supplementary questions and saying that we really are in favour of them, and it would be really a bad idea to take them away. So I support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mills, I believe you wish to move the amendment.
I do, Chair, because the fundamental issue that we've got before us here is not whether this council agrees or doesn't agree with supplementary questions, and we do agree with it. We have no intention of removing from this council the ability for the public to ask supplementary questions. The place for Richard Williams to speak to this matter is the county council. He can go as a public speaker, and if he's lucky, he'll get a supplementary question along with his primary, and he can make that case to them, and that's the place to do it. So we've tried to put together an amendment which meets everybody, but you haven't agreed with it. So I'm putting that forward. We will, you see the text before you. There's no particular reason to go any further in explicating that even. I propose that we accept the amendment before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm seconding it. I'll reserve my right.
Chair, do I get formally asked if I'm going to accept it or not? I haven't actually formally said no if it hasn't formally been moved. Can I formally say no and say why? Say no why?
Yes, of course.
Yes, thank you. So as I indicated earlier, I'm not accepting this amendment for a number of reasons. I mean, firstly, in terms of Councillor Mills's point, through you, Chair, that, you know, I should just trot along to the county council. I am an elected councillor. You're an elected councillor. We write lots of letters to the government, particularly when they're Tory governments, about all sorts of things that we think affect our residents. And I think this affects our residents pretty closely. So that argument doesn't wash. The reasons why I'm not accepting the amendment, I mean, I think it talks, the amendment, the first paragraph, I think is absolutely fine. Where it talks about the Constitution and Ethics Committee has looked at removing. That's not strictly true. The Constitution and Ethics Committee has recommended removal. Now, admittedly, a couple of councillors, Councillor Damari Homan, formerly of this parish, who I like a lot, has dissented, but, you know, it's a recommendation, okay? So I think it's downplaying that. I think also the amendments at the end, I do not understand why we can't just write to Councillor Nestlinger and say, we oppose this. Why would we write drawing her attention to this motion or asking that it be taken into account? Why don't we just stand up for our residents and say, no, sorry, Councillor Nestlinger, you've got it wrong. Why would we not do that? So that's why I'm not accepting it.
Thank you. Councillor Leamy, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
I wish to raise, I wish to ask a point of order, actually. So we do often write to national government, but we write on matters of policy rather than scrutiny of their processes. And I wondered what right we had as another democratic body to provide such intensive scrutiny on another council.
Yeah, it's not a point of order in the view of the monitoring officer, but Councillor Williams, you're obviously welcome to speak.
I can give my view in response. It is policy, it's a public speaking protocol, public speaking policy, and actually while LGR is going forward and everything else, we have the prospect of merging and all these sorts of things. It is important that whether it's at this council or another council that directly affects our residents, that we take an interest. I'm not quite sure. I appreciate that some people in the room are also county councillors. Appreciate this motion may put them in a difficult position, and I would respect if they withdrew. But when it comes to this amendment, actually sometimes the leader writes her own, sometimes I write my own to people, sometimes we do it together. I don't know what's quite so fearful about us doing a joint letter to the leader, and why that little element was struck out. But to give reassurance, I'm more than happy to write personally to every group leader. That includes my own party, as was the original motion as well, because it's good for us to share our views. It's good for us to raise things that affect our residents. I do think there is a factual inaccuracy. It is right to include that the decision is yet to be made, but it's also right that it is recommended for approval currently, and that went through that committee. So, you know, it's not, as it stands, it is looking to remove, not looking at removal. I agree with what's been said about protocol, but it does bring me also back to what's been said about trust. Being able, having the doors opened, which and members of the public allowed in, which, you'll forgive me my history, but I believe happened under a Thatcher government, and a private members bill, was the importance of allowing people in to see local government. And I think regardless of where we sit in the chamber, we all agree with that. It's important that we are scrutinised, you know, particularly actually with all-out elections. We're all sat for 4 years at the same time. Not much opportunity for change in that period, that members of the public can come and question us. And also we have to bear in mind that when a member of the public comes to a local authority, they don't sit in council meetings like ours, like we do, or as Councillor Coe refers to us as political anoraks, isn't it? You refer to me as sometimes. So they don't draft things in necessarily the way that we would do. So they might not get out of it what they want. So that supplementary question is really important for them to be able to get the answer that they are looking for, and for us as councillors to understand that. Now, we are not seeking, in response to the, I'm going to say, point of clarification rather than order. Council is not seeking to stop in itself the governance arrangements of the authority. We are urging them to stop. We are saying, please, you haven't thought this through, learn from our experience. And there is more than one way to deal with the situation. If it's an issue for what's been said in here about supplementary questions are a useful tool and it's to enable more people, simply extend the time. We did that when we suspended the standing order earlier. The County Council has that disposal. So that's...
You've had your 3 minutes.
Thank you. That's why I won't support the amendment, and I hope it's gone some way into it, to addressing the point of clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Leeming, you're waving your arm around.
Thank you. I just object to the we need to learn from our mistakes here. There is absolutely nobody in this room that is pursuing the idea that we wish to suspend supplementary questions here in South Cambridgeshire District Council.
Sorry, point of information. This does go to the fact that there are county councillors here. Presumably, they can't answer Councillor Leeming's point of how they're going to vote when this goes to county council, full council.
Thank you. I take that as a point of information. Councillor Peter Fane, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I speak, I should declare that I am a county councillor. I don't regard that as a reason why I should not speak, but the monitoring officer may wish to comment on that before I proceed.
I certainly can't tell a member if they should speak or should not speak, but there is a process of questions you need to satisfy yourself with, that you are not going to predetermine any outcome, one side or the other. And that's the very simple answer to that. I could spend half an hour talking to you otherwise.
Right. Thank you, Monitoring Officer. I'm grateful for that, and I had always intended to respect that, and I will not, of course, be answering Councillor Lentell's question as to which way I might be going to vote. There is a proposal, it's true. Now, let me say from the start, Councillor Richard Williams said he thought there could be a high degree of consensus in this. It's absolutely right from my point of view. I agree with all he says about the importance of questions and supplementary questions. And I do think that our experience here at South Cambs has shown that. However, I think the question is what we then do about it. I'm not aware of the County Council authorising their leader or anyone else to write to the leader of this council, or indeed to group leaders here, suggesting how they might act on issues before them, or indeed suggesting that they might like to learn from our experience, a phrase that might be misinterpreted. I think this is a matter which should probably be left to the members of the County Council to determine when it comes before them later in the month. I cannot say, of course, how it will be determined, but that is a matter for them, and I happen to be one of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fane. Councillor Bygott, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Chair. So, the Chairman will be pleased to know that I'm not raising a point of order, because this amendment does not negate the motion entirely, but I am opposed to it because it does neuter the intent of the motion by making it say that its content should be taken into consideration. That's just effectively a polite way of saying you don't really need to worry. We don't have a position. We're not really that interested in the public's right to speak. So the whole purpose of this motion is to speak up on behalf of our residents and give our residents the ability to ask supplementary questions. But we've now become completely agnostic on the question. And that's why I'm not supporting this amendment. The other thing, which is in the middle part the motion. So the Deputy Leader said earlier that this Council has no intention of removing the right to ask a supplementary question. But in the Liberal Democrat amendment, by saying, in order to allow a larger number of people to ask questions within the available time, what the amendment is actually doing is actually providing justification for what the County Council wants to do. So what you're doing with this amendment is saying, yes, the County Council does want to take supplementary questions away, and here we are giving you the reason why they want to do it. And that, to me, sounds as though there are people in the Liberal Democrat group who are actually saying, yes, the County Council is doing the right thing. Look how useful it would be, that enormous benefit of allowing a larger number of people to speak that would happen if they take this action. So, given that we were talking about the question of trust in the previous motion, to what extent can the people trust this council not to remove the supplementary supplementary question from members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. To speak to the motion, I'm very conflicted because
Speak to the amendment.
Excuse me,
please,
to speak to the
not
amendment. The amendment to the motion, I'm very conflicted because I think the addition, this council believes supplementary questions are a useful tool. I think it's a really good addition. One thing that I think this council does extraordinarily well under yourself, Chair, and under your illustrious predecessor, is public engagement. We've seen today, and the council has rightly highlighted it on the social medias, what public engagement done really well looks like. So I would like to say that supplementary questions are a useful tool because, yes, we have demonstrated it, and we should share best practice. The problem, as Councillor Bygott says, is the deletion of urging them to drop and oppose neuters the motion. And yeah, I'm very conflicted, but I think sharing of best practice between councils, particularly in the context of local government reorganisation, is a good idea. The neutering of this amendment means I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other requests to speak? Councillor Stobart and Councillor Hawkins, please.
Chair, thank you. I think it's a shame we're talking about residents in the third person here. I mean, it is our residents that have this right to question and the right to ask a follow-up question. So, I would feel, from a debate like this that we should be going and writing our parish newsletters to our residents to say, please make your feelings known to the county council through your county councillor. But to do anything other, I think, is to leave the residents, as it were, out of the loop. The amendment is kind of acceptable in a way, but I think we also ought to be campaigning with our own residents and urging them to exercise their right with regard to how they represent themselves at county level.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was going to keep quiet on this until I heard Councillor Bygott. I take exception to his statement that there are people on this side who want to see supplementary questions taken away. No, there isn't. Can you please just read as on the paper and don't read into it and try and project what you think into what is here. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak, but Councillor Bradnam, as seconder, seconder of the amendment, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. So, as a previous chair of this council, with respect to you, Chair, I have always been of the view that the purpose of the council and of public meetings is to enable debate. And it's important that members of the public can air their questions clearly. This question, actually, is for the county. There's no reason for us to interfere with the business of another authority, actually. And also, this question is housed in the assumption that before the county council has made any kind of consideration. So I feel this amendment recognises the wish that this council expresses, but it doesn't bind the county council. It simply asks them to take our views into account when considering the views of the wider population. And so this is a perfectly sensible amendment which I support, and thank you very much.
Thank you. You want to come back?
If it's permissible, Chair, but I was trying to indicate to vote on the substantive.
Chair,
Councillor Bradnam, I've just actually said I can't. I've a signal to speak on the substantive item. Your beef is not with me.
Chair, could we move to a vote on the amendment, please?
Could we move to a vote on the amendment, an electronic vote?
Yeah, we've still got the right to reply for Councillor Williams on the amendment.
She's not.
No, there's Councillor Richard Williams.
Richard Williams has a right to reply, yeah.
Okay, I won't keep everybody because I think I've pretty much made my points. I would just reiterate the same points. It is, I think, perfectly acceptable for this council to express a view on something that affects our residents. We've done it many times before. I understand the reluctance on the other side, but I'll leave it there because I think I've made my points.
Thank you, in which point I think we can move to a recorded vote on the amendment, which is this paper in front of you. Obviously, green is in favour of the amendment, red is against, yellow as always is to abstain.
Left the room. She is not voting on this.
Thank you. I didn't notice her leave the room, but thank you for your honesty. I think everyone has voted. Shout now if you haven't. Otherwise, the result is 14 votes for the amendment, 7 against and no abstentions. The amendment is passed and Councillor Milnes, it becomes your motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I believe we debated this quite enough just now on the amendment, and I would move to the vote.
Seconded.
Chair, when it comes to a closure motion, significant debate, we have not even debated at all it as amended now on the substantive item. There's literally been no debate on that because the amendment was moved, so I would urge that to not stand, Chair.
I'm sorry, I think we debated the text of the amended motion in great detail around the room. I'm not sure what we've gained by having further discussions. And the monitoring officer points out there are only 5 minutes left, so unless you want this to fall for lack of time, we can move to a vote.
I just have 4 things to say, Chair, on the substantive item, because we've been speaking to the amendment and not the substantive item. I can be quick, Chair.
Okay, go for it.
So, thank you. So, decision not been made has been referenced. Yes, it was. Decision was made by the Constitution and Ethics Committee to recommend this to happen. I will support it as amended only because...
Point of order.
Only
Point
because...
of order.
If you want to correct me, Councillor Brandon, it's point of personal explanation or information, and I hope the clock is stopped.
Has not been decided at County Council.
I said the Constitution and Ethics Committee at Cambridgeshire County Council had voted to recommend it. Something's better than nothing. I will still vote for it, but if it's so inappropriate, why did you amend it? Just vote it down. You made this big thing, it's inappropriate. Why have you amended it to, the leader's still writing to the leader, not the other groups, only to the Lib Dem group, but that's still in there. The letter's still being drafted, so why not just vote it down in the first place? I'll make sure that my pen is out tomorrow and I write to all group leaders and be inclusive in my views. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak? Okay, in which case we will move to a recorded vote on the amended motion. I don't need to explain that it's green to vote for the amended motion, red against, yellow to abstain. Thank you. Okay, we appear to have 21 votes for the amended motion, 0 against and 0 abstentions. So the amended motion is carried. Thank you. If everyone has gathered their breath, we'll move on to motion 16C, standing in the name of Councillor Lina Nieto. Councillor Nieto, please propose your motion.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I am pleased to bring forward this motion today, call for the reinstatement of the Village Hero and Community Awards. Many of you will remember these awards. They recognize the incredible people across South Cambridgeshire who go above and beyond for their villages. We have volunteers, fundraisers, carers, community organisers. The scheme shone a light on those who too often go unnoticed, yet without whom our communities would not function. Just one example is Nick Nicholson of Toft, who was honoured for his tireless fundraising for the People's Hall. His history, like many others, reminds us that in every village across this district, there are people giving their time, their energy, their care for their benefit of neighbours and friends. These are our village heroes. Since the awards were last held, our communities have faced enormous challenges. A pandemic, ongoing cost of living pressures, the demand of growth and change. And once again, it is local volunteers who have stepped up, running food banks, checking on the elderly, opening warm spaces, supporting mental health, and keeping the community spirit alive. Chair, these efforts deserve recognition, not because volunteers ask for it, but because we as a council should say thank you. And because celebrating them encourages others to step forward and builds pride in South Cambridgeshire. The cost of reinstating these awards is modest and can be managed with existing community engagement budgets, yet the value is immense. It's a small investment that pays back many times over in stronger, more resilient villages. This is not about politics, this is about community. It is about recognizing the best of South Cambridgeshire and giving people reasons to feel proud of where they live. I urge colleagues across the chamber to support this motion and to work together to continue celebrating and championing our village heroes once again. No matter our political differences, we're united in valuing the people who make South Cambridgeshire such a special place to live. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Heather Williams, do you want to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I'm happy to reserve my right to speak at the end, Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Warren Green.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say that I do agree that recognising and awarding local people for their commitment and dedication to the local community is really important. However, these awards were stopped in 2018. I became a councillor in 2022, so I wasn't part of that decision making. So when I saw this motion, I looked into why it was cancelled, and it became apparent that it was kind of a cost versus benefit to residents. And speaking to, So do you want me to stop? Continue? Yeah. Okay, so, you know, and speaking to sort of local councils and community groups, and also recognising that they reward their local heroes and the local heroes that we all share at their general meetings, at their monthly meetings, at community events, and there is a continual recognition of local heroes. So a question that I have for this motion is where's the evidence that putting money back into this award is something that will benefit residents more than keeping money in other pots that are directly being used for the benefit of residents. Even this week, I've had residents contact me asking, can parish councils and town councils have more funding to help the residents? Where are the pots of funding and grants? And directing them to where the money is to help with such things as the cost of living and grants to help community groups to grow. So if we decide to move this money to awards rather than the other places that we have the money at the moment, it might be at the detriment of the residents. And so although I'm not totally against rewarding local people, because I think it's a great thing, and I think it's happening, and I think it's happening on the ground, and we are, privy to that because we're at these events. So I just would like to know where's the evidence that it's got the benefit, that you can get the benefit out of this, that we would be spending on this, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tom Bygott, please.
Thank you, Chairman. South Cambridgeshire has always been rich in community spirit. Every village has people who give their time selflessly, whether it's running youth groups, checking on vulnerable neighbours, organising fundraising, or stepping in whenever something needs to be done. During the pandemic, those efforts were nothing short of vital. Our council used to recognise those contributions through the Village Hero and Community Pride Awards. Our housing department also held the Best Kept Garden competition, which encouraged tenants to take pride in their homes and surroundings. I think actually that all of these awards should be reinstated. These initiatives mattered because of what they symbolised, that we, as a council, notice and value the people who quietly hold our communities together. It's not all about money. Recognition has a powerful effect. It encourages more people to volunteer, it inspires the younger generation to get involved, and it fosters pride in our villages. For a very modest cost, we can generate enormous social benefit, strengthening resilience, well-being, and neighbourliness across the district. These things have enormous value. The Village Hero, Community Group, and Youth Contribution Awards would allow us to shine a light on individual acts of kindness, community projects, and the fresh energy that young volunteers bring. It's about saying thank you, publicly and proudly, to those whose work might otherwise go unseen. And it's about celebrating the best of South Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bridget Smith, please.
Thank you. So there are a number of reasons why we're not going to support this. There are many organisations that do it better than we can do it. So the BBC, the local BBC, do a fantastic, awards for community heroes, which gets huge coverage. And of course, they're about communication. They just do it so much better than we could ever do it. The local newspaper does it. What I think is really important is the local parish councils who do it. And I went to Melbourne to their Community Heroes Award, which is an annual event where they really celebrate all the local, the local people and all the work they've done. And they are able to really get to the heart of the people working in their communities in a way that we can't. We would be absolutely skimming over the top. But these are the awards there. everybody was in the room, all sorts of people, and it was the chair was able to call out to people amongst their peers who really wanted to hear what they were doing. So I think it was far, far more meaningful than anything that we could do. Money is an issue, and Councillor Warren Green has already said, you have to weigh up money these days. Where do we deliver the best value? Where do we get the biggest bang for our buck? So, £1,000 to run an event, actually £1,000 given to a community could touch the lives of every single person in the community. It could buy toys for the play group. It could buy plants for the village green and so on. So, on top of which, we are 18 months away from this council not existing anymore. Now, that's not a reason not to start doing new stuff, but I think it's a reason for us to think very carefully about starting stuff which actually we can't guarantee will have any life to it.
Thank you. Councillor Graham Cohn, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think a lot of my points have been made, but really, I think it starts with that a lot of these people in our community are the backbone of our community, and we should give them recognition through this council. I think sometimes by saying thank you and recognising that work, you sort of inspire other people to carry out that vital work within our communities. I don't think it will have a very big cost at all. I think this would be very minimal in terms of costs, and I was sort of expecting it just to be recognised across the council that it is a good thing to thank local heroes and people that really go above and beyond. I don't think it's too much to ask that this council recognises those people.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I won't repeat the points other councillors have made at length, but I will just, I think it is really important that we, recognise and reward some of the extraordinary contributions that volunteers make to communities all over South Cambridgeshire. I know there are people in my villages who really go above and beyond. And actually, just an anecdote, it was not in my village actually, walking the dog a few months ago and having to meet somebody, older resident litter picking in Sawston, and I found that really, really moving actually. She'd gone out in her afternoon, to pick litter along New Road. So I think there are extraordinary people, and I really think we could reward them. I will just say a few points about spending though. I don't want to be partisan and divisive when I say this, but we spend, there's a lot of discretionary spending. There's a lot of money we spend on things that we are not statutorily obliged to spend. So it is a matter of choice as to where we spend, our discretionary funds. And there are plenty of discretionary funds for the things, projects that, administration, I'm not blaming them, but they're the administration, the things they want to put in place, they've got the money to put them in place, and it's perfectly right and proper that they do. So I think the argument that we don't have enough money is not really, it doesn't really cut it. There's plenty of money for the things you want to spend money on. It's a question of prioritising. I mean, I will say as well, in answer to Councillor Bunty Waters' question earlier, quite a lot of detail the leader gave about the thousands we spend on award ceremonies for council staff. Now, you might say that's, I'm sure you'd argue that's a very good thing. But if it's good enough to spend council money, thousands of pounds, on sending council staff to award ceremonies, why is it not good enough to spend a couple of grand on an award ceremony for the residents who are doing voluntary work in their communities for free?
Thank you. Councillor Richard Stobart, please.
Chair, thank you. So last scrutiny and overview, we were looking at some of the new strategic goals for the council, and one of them was the tons of carbon dioxide saved through the delivery of zero carbon communities grants. Now, an idea needs to meet a person in order for us to deliver things at these local levels. And if you look across, and I'm just taking this as an example, zero carbon communities, things are being done at the very local level, being led by one or two or maybe a team of people. And the result is delivery. Now, I think at the local level, that kind of combination of idea and person is really recognised. I know it's true in the locality in which I live. And so what we've done is we've allocated some money, we've got a person and a result. And I think that combination is quite potent. And it says that if we are going to commit some of these sometimes discretionary monies, let's identify both the idea and the person, because that's what we're about. We're about, saving carbon dioxide emissions. We are about, making our environment better. So I would say in these fairly lean times, let's recognise people, but recognise people with ideas and deliver something. And I think that's kind of a nice compromise between, yes, we need to acknowledge that commitment of local people, but we also need to be very effective as a council. So striking the balance, I think, is best.
Thank you. Before we move on to the remaining speakers, we've been going almost 4 hours. Can we take by affirmation a vote to continue after 4 hours, please?
Agreed.
Anyone against? Done. We'll continue. Next speaker is Councillor Lentel, please.
Thank you, Chair. In all fairness, I'm minded to vote against this on the basis that clearly these awards would only be won by these superb people of Over and Willingham. But of course, over the parish boundary, we have the new community of Northstowe, where things are going incredibly. I've just stepped down as Chair of Governors at Pathfinder Primary School, where the school's doing fantastic work in the community, often without feeling massively well supported. And we've got a fantastic pastoral care team who are working not just with Pathfinder, but also with Northstowe Secondary College and the new primary that's being established there in sixth form. Northstowe is a place where you really do see the incredible community work that happens under the radar, for the most part, of a council like this. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to quote Samantha Cameron, which isn't something I ever thought I was going to do. It was Samantha Cameron who came up with the line, "There is such a thing as society, it's just not the same thing as the state." And as much as I don't particularly think we should be increasing our discretionary spending for the sake of it, I think particularly in my neck of the woods in Fenedge, if you'll allow me, this is exactly the kind of thing that the council can be doing that would be incredibly appreciated by residents. There is some really wonderful work going on, and as we saw this morning, this afternoon, when we bring those people who are making these things happen in and we hear their stories and we hear the things that we can do to support them and the things that we need to prioritise to make their work happen. I don't like spending, I hate spending money, but yeah, let's do this. Let's do this one thing, because of all the councils in Englandshire that have really got to rely on community, we're probably one of the highest ones, what with having the biggest new town since Milton Keynes here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor James Rixon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just talk normally. I guess a couple of things. I'm new enough here to not know the difference between my points of order and clarification and whatever the other ones are. Point of information, perhaps as well. But I think Councillor Dr. Richard Williams, you did say thousands of pounds spent on awards that we attended. I think it was maybe 500 plus 1,000. So maybe it just didn't. I'm not sure if it was necessarily thousands, but potentially then I guess following up, Councillor Cone, it's going to. These award ceremonies will cost us a few £1,000s, but I mean it'd be good to. I'm not sure. I would have thought they'd possibly cost more than that. But that aside, I think it's, you know, the idea of it is a really positive thing to celebrate the residents of South Cambridgeshire and all of the hard work that's done by the volunteers. I think my concern is the nature of volunteers and the people who give a lot of time to their community is, would they prefer the money spent on them receiving a reward, or would they prefer the money spent on the commitment that they're making to their community, whether it's to an environmental group or a sports team? You know, just I feel that's a challenge to balance. So that was all.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hanley.
Just to say, Chair, that I would remind the Council that we have a community chest fund which allocates funds to well-constructed bids for community use. I wouldn't like to see that diminished by singling out individuals in the way that this motion seems to be suggesting. So community chest, I'm all for it, and I think most community organisations would appreciate, you know, the difference, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, it was £500 that was spent on sending our staff to awards, not thousands.
Point of personal information or explanation, Chair, just on this point. I've got an email from 2022 in which the council confirmed spending over £1,000 on an awards ceremony for staff, and that's just one from 2022.
25, 2020, we're talking recent times here.
Yeah, and I'm talking over a period of time.
Oh, well.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you were seconding this motion. Do you want to sum up?
Thank you. So a lot's been said about sort of how much it would cost. I mean, it can cost as much or as little as you want. We have pretty much the whole downstairs of our council that's open for anyone to come and use at any time that they want without paying. So look, you've got your venue for free. I would point out, and I do not object to these two things, but it comes back to the point of choice. We fund the Climate Action Conference, and there is an annual staff awards because we believe that it's important to recognise the efforts of staff. Are we seriously saying that we can fund something which, we're only talking about the council here. If you don't want to spend a lot, order tea and coffee and not wine. You can choose what you spend on it, whatever you like, or you can actually choose to just open the doors and give people a certificate and that be it. It's not about the money, it's about recognition. People aren't expecting glorified, expensive trophies made of gold like the World Cup. We're talking about recognising people for things they have done in the same way that there is an annual staff awards to recognise members of staff that may have gone above and beyond. The leader also said about 18 months will be dissolved. I'm hoping that's a bit of an error in numbers because 18 months' time will be 2027, not 2028, unless there's an update that's coming through the council meeting that we're not aware of. But yeah, I mean, literally, look at what it is. It doesn't have to cost the earth, but it could mean a lot, actually, to the people that organise those local awards. My experience is there are awards in my local community, and often the organisers are the ones that never receive them, but they do it year on, year out. It's a very small thing. It doesn't have to cost really anything at all if you don't want it to, but just recognise and say thank you. And is this council seriously today going to vote against this? But it's okay. We'll pay officers to have a day off each week. We'll pay for the Climate Action Conference. We'll pay for staff to have awards, which I don't begrudge the awards that they get, but we can't open up the doors to the council once a year and give them a certificate to say thank you and well done and a bit of recognition. I mean, I thought we were told what a turnaround the finances were. I mean, I know the reserves have plummeted since we had control of the council, but I'm sure you could find a few pennies down the back of the sofa. Maybe councillors could sponsor it, Chair. It could come out of your budget, maybe. Who knows?
Thank you. Councillor Nieto, you have right to wind up the debate before we move to a vote. Happy to speak.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for contributing and sharing their thoughts. It is disappointing to hear that the administration will not be supporting a recognition. It doesn't have to be extravagant at all. And as Councillor Williams mentioned, it can be whatever you want it to be. This comes as a request from my chair, from one of my parishes. I thought it would be a good idea to raise it at district level instead of just keeping it to each parish, because not all parish will do it. So it will be quite, it won't happen across the patch, basically. It will depend on each parish council if they want to do it. So this was an opportunity for us as a district to recognize our volunteers. And I just a point to Councillor Warren Green, if I may, Chair. A councillor asked about evidence. You know, where is the evidence of the validity for this? And I think we can say the same about the staff awards. Where is the evidence that that has an impact, right? So I think the question also stands regarding that. A lot of the major projects across the country and government policy is to look at social value and how we contribute and add. And that is, of course, quite sometimes a challenge to put a price into that. And this is just part of that, is social value. It could be classed as social value. So, yeah, I'll leave the debate there. We know what the outcome is, but it is disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point we can move to a recorded vote. Democratic Services, please. As always, it's green to vote for the motion, red to vote against, and yellow for abstain. I think everybody has voted. It's 6 votes for, 13 against, so the motion falls. Has her hand in the air. Would like a short break.
Literally 5 minutes just to grab some water. It's very warm in here with
Yeah.
feet, and we haven't had a German motion start. It was about an hour and a half ago.
That's reasonable. So yes, if we can resume at 15 minutes past.
Could I just ask that we check the formatting of this? The formatting looks a little odd on this. I'm not quite sure if it's 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1 and 3 sub-bullets.
motion on the agenda today, which is 16D. Motion standing in the name of Councillor Lisa Redrup. Councillor Stobart, you have your hand raised.
I have to declare an interest in the sense I'm a board member of SCIP, South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership, which is developing housing, and SCIP, as I'll call it, just recently purchased a large block of biodiversity net gain BNG credits. So in a sense, I'm in the business. I took some advice from the monitoring officer, who felt that because in the sense I was representing big firms interested in BNG and the dynamics of the BNG market, that I should stay out of the debate, but I could stay in the chamber to listen.
Thank you for that. Councillor Redrup, please, would you move your motion? I believe that
Thank you, Chair.
your motion is altered from the original agenda.
Yes, absolutely. So I just wanted to start by saying that there is an altered version that's been shared with the opposition and with Dem Services and has been shared with everyone else. So I'd be grateful if we could decide if that was accepted by the council, please.
It's accepted by the chair, if it's accepted by the mover.
Accepted by members.
Okay, so we can just continue.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I move the motion now then, please, Chair? Okay.
Please do.
Thank you. So this motion is about the need to maintain and strengthen the environmental protections that we have and guard against weakening them. With the UK ranked as one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, we need to be finding ways to help improve biodiversity and protect the species and natural ecosystems we depend on. One relatively new mechanism that we have to improve biodiversity in the UK is the biodiversity net gain requirement that was designed to ensure new developments leave nature in a better state than before. However, the government recently consulted on exempting all minor developments, that is, developments of up to 9 homes on sites of up to 1 hectare, and weakening requirements for medium developments, so that's developments of between 10 and 49 homes on sites of up to 1 hectare. We recognise that these proposals seek to ensure that the biodiversity net gain framework is simple and proportionate for small and medium developers, who are so important to delivering needed homes, and that they would benefit from these changes through reduced work and costs. Biodiversity net gain adds to the burdens on these businesses from Section 106 and community infrastructure levy contributions that can threaten project viability and hold up delivery of small sites. It is necessary to find a balance, and so the ask of government is to explore ways of delivering needed homes without negatively impacting the environment. Concerns have been raised over the proposals to exempt minor developments from biodiversity net gain requirements, including from the wildlife trusts who, together with businesses and other environmental organisations, wrote to the Prime Minister to warn that weakening BNG would come at a high cost, setting back this fast developing economy, where they're referring to the creation of habitat banks, and more widely threatening business confidence in nature policy. The Office of Environmental Protection, the body tasked with assessing the government's progress on its environmental targets, also wrote to the government expressing concerns over these proposals. These included that excluding minor development would significantly narrow the scope of the regime, that due to the number of minor developments there is the risk of cumulative impacts of greater habitat loss across small developments, and that the proposed exemption of minor development would negatively affect investor confidence in the nascent BNG market. They also stated that given there are other ways of improving implementation that could be tried first, we consider this level of design change unwarranted at such an early stage. It's important that in South Cambridgeshire, with its high ongoing rate of development, the new housing and infrastructure is accompanied by the creation and improvement of habitats to create a healthy future for our area. South Cambridgeshire District Council has shown that it is possible to combine biodiversity improvements and economic growth through its award-winning network of habitat banks across the Greater Cambridge area, and the high rate of growth reported over the period since biodiversity net gain was introduced. I therefore hope that you will support this motion to ask the leader to write to the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to express our concern about these proposals to weaken biodiversity net gain requirements by exempting minor developments, to implore that they abandon these specific proposals and instead explore other ways to support small and medium developers that strengthen, rather than weaken, environmental safeguards in planning, and to promote through reference to our local successes the Council's view that nature recovery and economic growth can both be achieved together. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for this motion?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Bradnam, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
Thank you. I second the motion, but I reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I understand there's a proposed amendment to this motion. Dem Services, do you have it to display on the screen?
You need to actually move an amendment first before you circulate it.
Okay, who is moving the amendment?
I think that's me. What would everyone else like to do? Yep. Move away. Yep. Move on. I'll move it now.
Seconded by Councillor Heather Williams. Okay, so just confirm it's the... Is it all of the red in Roman 6? Oh, okay, you've now removed part of that. Okay. Yeah, I'm losing the will to live.
It's getting very late, and I would suggest to you that it's very unlikely that this amendment will pass. And with all due respect to Councillor Lentil, who's had plenty of time to speak about pretty much everything this afternoon.
Because I'm a member of this council, Councillor Mills.
You are indeed.
No, the amendment stands, and I would like it debated because there is and I'm happy to speak to the amendment.
You've moved the amendment. You're entitled
and I've moved
to
the
speak to
amendment.
it.
I have a seconder.
Is there a second?
Yes, Councillor Heather Williams. So, yeah, Councillor Lentel, you have moved the motion. You're entitled to speak to it.
Right, this is an amendment about Coton Orchard. Coton Orchard is irreplaceable. Coton Orchard has been said to us by David Attenborough, no less, that this is habitat that must be protected. We've got a new biodiversity trail going through central Cambridge, celebrating moths, all of which live in Coton Orchard. We have absolutely no sense of the sheer damage that we could do by damaging Coton Orchard, because mature woodland, whether it has been planted for the purposes of agriculture or not, is unique. And for Liberal Democrat members of this council, and I was there in those meetings where I watched the railroading and the browbeating and the refusal to deliver on the promise that there would be a proper biodiversity study of the on-road solutions, as it was given up and thrown out. I was there, and I was genuinely shocked and ashamed that a party that I had campaigned for, been a candidate for, had gone through saying green to our core. And yet the one bit of mature woodland, when it needs to be removed for the sake of what is publicly known as a bonkers busway, why on earth would we talk about biodiversity in this place when members of the party in favour of destroying Coton Orchard are, I'm sorry, Councillor Redrup, I just don't get it. I don't get the hypocrisy. I don't get the disconnect. That is the reason I'm putting this in, yeah? Because I want to make it really clear that biodiversity net gain is a good thing. Biodiversity net gain is something we should strive for, but you cannot take all the trees and put them in a tree museum and charge the people $1.50 just to see them. We have to leave Coton Orchard alone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, you're seconding. Do you want to speak now to the amendment or reserve your right?
I will speak to the amendment right now, and then afterwards I'll speak to the substantive motion. But I would like to start by thanking for the two very minor changes that we requested being accepted. I think we'd like to acknowledge that. Whenever amendments or motions come forward, we take it on a case-by-case basis as to whether we agree with it or not. You've seen us do that when it's come from the administration, other parties. I think even Councillor Combs seconded a Labour budget proposal once. I've still not forgiven him for springing that one up on me. But if it's a good idea, it's a good idea. If it's correct, it's correct. That's the way we take things. I do agree that when it comes to Coton Orchard, while you will have your reasons for it, I do think residents have been let down, and it does not marry up with the green to the core mantra that this council. You do have to walk the walk and practice what you preach. It really is, I think it's also the King, or he might have been the Prince of Wales when it happened, also intervened on this. Things like Coton Orchard, once lost, are lost forever. And the biodiversity net gain, easy to say at 6:30 after we've been in here for a while, isn't something that can just be displaced. We do also need to look at the locality. You know, we can't just move all of those, sort of, let's say, residents of the animal world in that area and ship them off somewhere else. I heard a former Labour councillor from the city talk about agricultural land and why do we have to do farming here around the city? Why not move agriculture somewhere else? Well, the land is the land. You know, the grade is the grade and the quality is the quality. I think we were united on that being a ridiculous idea at the time, but it is hard to sit here and say that this council has honoured this as much as the merit of this is very good. When something like this is reminded to us. So I have seconded the amendment. I do believe that our group is supportive of this amendment. I wait to hear what the administration has. I think I can forecast it by now. But if nothing else, I hope this amendment has just sobered us at the real life implications of the actions we take. Not just for us, but for nature itself as well. And you know, I'll speak on the substantive motive after, Chair, just focusing on this amendment right now. 2021, you know, that's a lot of this act was. It's a lot of things that we've put our heart and soul into too. We have demonstrated we care about it. And I do think on Coton Orchard, the council's taken the wrong path.
Thank you. We have 3 requests to speak. I need to confirm that they're all on the amendment, not the substantive. Councillor Tom Bygott?
On the amendment, Chair.
Go ahead.
So, as my colleague has just said, we need to walk the walk as well as talking the talk. So, this council makes a lot of statements about the environment. We're doubling nature, we're being green to our core. And it's right that it should be called out if there are instances where we're not supporting nature. And the destruction of Coton Orchard is very clearly one of those cases. And it does need to get more publicity, even if we're slotting it in slightly into this motion. It's a really important issue, and it's something that people should really think about. You know, we're saying we're supporting nature. We're saying we're being green to our core, but we're supporting a busway right through the middle of one of the most important pieces of environmental orchard land that has enormous scientific significance. So people on the opposing benches, some of whom may think that this motion is going to be defeated straight away, and let them imagine that as they wish. But why did this extra block of text get inserted or proposed to be inserted where it is? It's because the word Liberal Democrats appears in the motion. You know, this council does have a Liberal Democrat majority, but it also has other groups represented in society. And when did we start mentioning the names of political parties in motions that the whole council is going to sign up to? Is it appropriate for people in other parties or independents to be supporting motions that are championing a particular political party? It's not suitable and it's not appropriate. We represent the people here. We don't represent, we privately represent our parties in the philosophies that we have, but the council should be speaking on behalf of its residents. It shouldn't be turning motions into party political broadcasts saying, here is XYZ party, look at all the great things this party has done. You know, by all means, privately do that. By all means, put that in your election material. But please don't put it into the council's motion, because we're speaking up for all of our residents when we make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Milnes on the amendment.
Oh, very briefly, this isn't about BNG policy, it's about a travel scheme currently being looked at a planning inquiry. You're mixing issues quite deliberately for a bit of cheap publicity in the case of the proposer, as usual, so we won't be supporting that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Fain, please, on the amendment.
Well, the point has pretty well been made by Councillor Milnes, but the fact is that the planning issues in relation to Coton Orchard, which would include any BNG, are currently the subject of a public inquiry as part of a quasi-judicial process. At this point, it would be entirely improper for us to take a view on that matter, and we should leave this out of the motion. And I would welcome the monitoring officer's advice on the council getting involved in a quasi-judicial matter during the course of a public inquiry.
Thank you. Bearing in mind, I've been with the authority days. I don't know anything about this matter, and I don't feel competent in being able to answer that one, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? If not, I think we can move to Councillor Bradner? No, you're speaking on the substantive. I think we can move to a vote on the amendment, please. As always, it's green for the amendment, red against, and yellow to abstain. Yep. 5 votes for the amendment, 13 against, no abstentions. The amendment falls. At this point, we can move back to debate on the substantive motion, unamended. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Warren Green.
Oh, I can still speak, good. Very briefly, I'd like to say that I support this motion to write to the government. I feel that every level of development we need to stay close to our values, and being green to the court is one of them. Environmental action groups from all over the district are asking about enforcement related to environment on small building sites. They're keen to see all developers consider climate and biodiversity, not just on the large sites, even if that means enforcement of things just including swift bricks on a build, or solar panels, or heat pumps, for instance. We're surrounded by politicians who are starting to claim that there's no climate crisis, and ignoring this tweak to the legislation could just be the starting point of more loopholes that come with the delivery of buildings. I agree that we write to the government and stand by our values, however small a development may be. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams, please.
Thank you. So, as I sort of alluded to earlier, 2021 Environment Act, there was a lot of things going on around that period. It was, coming out of the pandemic and everything else, but this didn't lose traction. A lot of things naturally did have to be given time aside in Westminster at that time because of everything else that was being dealt with, but not this. So we do not support any watering down of this legislation at all. It was hard fought for, and it didn't have the smoothest of paths, going backwards and forwards. And so I don't want something that I know, we very much lobbied for and were very relentless, I think it's fair to say, at our lobbying for this. So it's not welcome news for us. And I also think it does speak to a wider issue with the national government at the moment. I hear the words build, baby, build from them. And that, do you know what? That might excite him in his red baseball cap and everything else, but it doesn't our residents. It puts the fear of God into some of our residents because there is huge, huge issues. We've got local government reorganisation happening at the same time that we're doing planning reforms, and I still believe there is a deliberate conflation of the two. That's my view, to destabilise local government while we're going to change all the goalposts. With the local plan advisory group, I said, we're building a plan on shifting sand. The government are moving the goalposts from day to day, whatever they like, whoever's in there next. And so I think actually not doing that would give SMEs a lot more support than this. People, especially making investments, whether it's in biodiversity or development as a whole, you need some confidence that you're going to be able to get from the start of the process to the end in not only a timely manner, which I don't believe the planning inspector is definitely doing on enforcement actions and appeals at the moment, and I have wrote to the Secretary of State, he now knows I'm very grumpy about it. But that's how you help. You do not help by saying we'll have less of this. It's how do we create a system where this can be done and everything else. So while we have had many disagreements today, I have no doubt we'll have many disagreements in the future. And am I 100% happy with absolutely everything? No. But there's no way that I would vote to support watering down that legislation, and I will support the active lobbying, and I offer to write alongside the leader if she so wishes when the time comes.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Milnes, please.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this motion, so I'll be voting for it. And I just note with interest that Colton Nature Reserve is managed by Cambridge Past, Present and Future, and they apparently have some intention to set up part of that area as a biodiversity net gain supplemental area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Nantel, please.
Sorry, point of information, Chair. I thought we weren't meant to be talking about an ongoing public inquiry or something. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, how these decisions, how when it suits one argument, it's taken on account, and when it doesn't, it doesn't. Biodiversity net gain is absolutely essential when development is unavoidable. And everybody in this council, regardless of their rosette colour, should be backing and supporting it. I simply, remind everybody here that if I was receiving a letter from a local council that was choosing to ignore David Attenborough on habitat loss, I might not be inclined to take it very seriously. But that's with you, and yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the motion? Otherwise, I can turn over to Councillor Bradnam as seconder.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am seconding this motion from Councillor Redrop because there's so many reasons to do so.
small sites of up to 9 dwellings. We've got the government has consulted on exempting developments up to 9 dwellings and up to 1 hectare from biodiversity net gain requirements. And that would be very detrimental. You know, our own policy says that wherever it's possible, biodiversity net gain should be delivered on site because it makes the environment that you're living in nicer to live in. It improves the environment where people are living. It provides small spaces for nature. That can be, as Councillor Warren Green has pointed out, swift boxes. It can include bat boxes, bird boxes, small patches of wilder vegetation. And these small places between houses are good places also for children to play sometimes, and also provide a valuable pocket of habitat which can provide connection one to another, which provides corridors of green space for our wildlife to be able to move. And this is so important. The Wildlife Trust has advocated for many years that we should work to produce wildlife corridors. So whether it's holes so that hedgehogs can go under fences, all of this is really important. And all of this should be delivered on site wherever it's possible to do it, reasonably speaking. Sometimes it's not possible to do, and in which case, that's great that money is contributed to the larger biodiversity net gain sites, and that's valuable to the bigger landscape change, as it were. But these valuable networks and corridors in our residential areas can be so valuable for our wildlife. So I absolutely support the altered recommendation and resolution that has been put before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Redrup, you have the right to reply to any points raised during the debate before we move to a vote, if you wish.
Sorry, if I could still speak, I would just very briefly, thank you, Chair. I would just like to thank everyone for their contributions, and it was really great to hear about, you know, how residents want to see this enforcement. Councillor Warren Green was talking about that it is important to people that on all sides of development that biodiversity and nature are considered and that is enforced if it doesn't come forward. It was great to hear that this is supported on cross-party basis, so thank you for that. And I'm just glad that hopefully this will go through and that we can try and help stop something get worse and try and make things better. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Can we move to a recorded vote, please? We could, if we want to do it by affirmation. Agreed. Does anyone wish to vote against? Does anyone wish to abstain? Oh. Councillor Stobart, yes. Abstention. But I think otherwise it's unanimous. Thank you all. Item 17. Item 17, Chair's engagements. You can read the agenda. I'm not going to talk to those. This draws our meeting to a close. The next scheduled council meeting is the 4th of December at 2 p.m. There will be an extraordinary meeting sometime in November. You should all have the invitations, but November. Sorry, no. December is cancelled. Don't panic. I can't remember the date, but it's late November. 24. Thank you all.
Chair.